Hello there, and welcome to Sleepy Curiosity Channel. As you find your comfortable position, let your body begin to release the weight of the day. If this quiet journey is already beginning to slow your thoughts, consider subscribing now, so these stories can keep finding you night after night. Now, let the relaxation settle into your breath. What if, somewhere beneath the floor of the Mediterranean Sea, resting silently in the cold dark water for over 2,000 years, there exists a material that is not weakening, not dissolving, not surrendering to the salt and the tide and the slow passage of centuries, but is instead still growing, still becoming more complete, more dense, more resistant with every decade that passes? And what if the people who made it had no laboratories, no chemistry degrees, no electron microscopes, only fire and ash and patient observation and time? And what if everything we build today, with all of our technology and all of our science, still cannot fully replicate what they achieved by accident on the shores of ancient Italy? And the more carefully we examine that question, the more quietly astonishing the answer becomes. There is a substance that the Romans created over 2,000 years ago, a material born from the marriage of volcanic fire and ocean water, and it has been sitting at the bottom of the Mediterranean ever since, not crumbling, not weakening, not asking for anything from the world above it, simply continuing a slow and patient chemical conversation with the sea that began the very moment it was poured. And that conversation has never stopped. The material is known today as opus cementitium, the Roman concrete, and the story of how it came to exist begins not in any grand moment of scientific discovery but in something much quieter and much more human, in the slow accumulation of observations made by workers and builders over many generations along the volcanic coastline of southern Italy. Near a town called Pozzuoli, workers noticed something unusual about the grey ash that lay scattered across the hillsides in the shadow of dormant volcanoes. When this ash was mixed with lime and water and pressed into a form, it did not behave like ordinary mortar. It hardened differently, more deeply, with a patience that seemed almost biological, as if the material were in no hurry to finish becoming what it was meant to be. And when that same mixture was poured directly into the sea, something happened that should not have been possible, something that any modern materials scientist would struggle to explain without pausing. Instead of weakening and dissolving as any sensible substance would do in salt water, the Roman concrete began a second transformation, reacting with the minerals and crystals dissolved in the seawater, forming new internal structures called tobermorite, microscopic crystalline formations that grew slowly inward, filling every tiny weakness before it could spread, every hairline crack before it could widen, like a living thing quietly healing itself in the cold darkness beneath the waves. The harbor pillars built from this material resisted centuries of wave pressure and salt corrosion, not despite the water, but because of it, growing denser and more coherent with every decade that passed, and modern engineers who have drilled core samples from Roman harbor structures on the floor of the Mediterranean have come away with a very specific kind of quiet astonishment. because no formula currently in production anywhere in the world produces a concrete that behaves this way. The concrete we pour today reaches its maximum strength within weeks and then begins, slowly and inevitably, to deteriorate, cracking along internal stress lines, leaching minerals into whatever water surrounds it, weakening at exactly the rate that physics predicts, while somewhere beneath the Mediterranean, a Roman harbor wall poured before the birth of Julius Caesar is still completing itself, still responding to its environment, still whispering something to the water around it that the water still seems to understand. And if we allow our thoughts to drift a little further now, from the harbors and the sea walls, following the gentle logic of water upward along the hillsides toward the city, we find the next great achievement of Roman engineering waiting for us in the form of something that moves, something that never stops, something that traveled for decades and centuries without a single engine and without a single pump, driven by nothing more than the patient geometry of a very gentle slope. Imagine standing at the edge of a clear mountain spring somewhere high in the hills above ancient Rome, and watching a thin thread of water begin its journey, not rushing, not tumbling, but moving with a deliberate and almost meditative slowness, as if it understood that it had a long way to go and wanted to arrive without wasting anything along the way. The Roman aqueducts were not simply channels carrying water from one place to another, they were arguments made in stone and mortar about the nature of gravity itself, about the way the earth pulls everything downward with an unwavering and perfectly consistent force, and about how that invisible force could be enlisted as a silent and tireless partner in the endless project of sustaining 1 million human lives in a single city. The engineers who designed these structures worked without laser levels, without electronic sensors, without any of the precision instruments we would consider essential for a project of this scale. They had the grammar, the plumb line, the careful eye, and a relationship with water so deep and so intimate and so patiently developed over generations that it had come to resemble something almost like friendship. The Aqua Appia, built in the year 312 before the Common Era, moved approximately 73,000 cubic meters of water into the city of Rome every single day, a quantity so vast and so continuous that it filled more than 29 Olympic swimming pools each day without stopping, and it accomplished this using no mechanical assistance whatsoever. Only the patient cooperation of a slope so gentle that in some sections it descended less than 30 centimeters for every 100 meters of channel length, the gradient so subtle that the human eye could not perceive it without instruments, and yet precise enough to keep the water moving always in the right direction at exactly the right speed, neither fast enough to erode the channel walls nor slow enough to allow sediment to accumulate and block the flow. The interior of the aqueduct channels was lined with a specialized waterproof plaster called opus signinum, made from finely ground ceramic mixed with lime, that created a surface impermeable to water and mildly resistant to the growth of organisms that might degrade the material over time. The engineering precision required to maintain a consistent gradient across dozens of kilometers of varied terrain, tunneling through hills, bridging valleys on rows of stacked arches, curving around obstacles, was achieved through methodical and patient surveying using instruments that could not have filled a single leather satchel, and the results were so reliable that Rome eventually had 11 aqueducts running simultaneously, and the total volume of fresh water entering the city each day exceeded the per capita consumption of many modern metropolitan areas. Enough water not only to drink but to fill the hundreds of public fountains that stood on street corners throughout the city, to supply the great bathing complexes that defined the rhythm of Roman social life, to irrigate the private gardens of the wealthy, and to flush the streets themselves with a continuous current of moving water that carried away the waste of 1 million human beings toward the river and the sea. And while this quiet world of flowing water continues its endless journey through stone channels and marble basins, let us turn our attention now to something that stands completely still, something that has stood still for nearly 2,000 years, bearing weight that would defeat almost any other arrangement of material, and doing so through a principle so geometrically pure and so structurally honest that engineers still return to it with something approaching reverence. There is a shape that appears again and again throughout the Roman world, above doorways and bridges and city gates and the long arcaded walkways of aqueducts crossing valleys on rows of slender stone legs, a shape that seems at first glance to be simply decorative, a pleasant curve where a straight line might have served just as well, but which is in truth one of the most profound structural discoveries that human intelligence has ever arrived at through patient observation and accumulated experience. The semicircular arch solved a problem that had occupied builders for thousands of years before the Romans popularized its use, the problem of what to do with weight, with the enormous and patient and absolutely unrelenting downward pressure that stone exerts upon stone in any structure tall enough to matter. Before the arch became widespread, most builders used what architects call the post and lintel system, two vertical stones supporting a single horizontal stone laid across the top between them, and the fatal weakness of that system was concentrated precisely at the midpoint of that horizontal span, where the weight pressing down from above created a bending stress that stone simply cannot endure indefinitely without fracturing. Stone is extraordinarily strong when compressed, when squeezed, but it is surprisingly fragile when bent, and the post and lintel system bends every horizontal member at its center with an insistence that eventually wins. The arch defeats this problem entirely by refusing to allow bending to occur at all. When stones are arranged in a curve, each one pressing against its neighbors at a slightly different angle, the forces generated by the weight above do not accumulate at any single point. They travel, they distribute themselves along the entire curve in the form of compression, flowing from stone to stone like a slow and patient conversation, descending through both sides of the arch simultaneously and arriving at the ground having touched every stone equally, spreading the load so evenly that no single element of the structure bears more than a fraction of the total weight. The keystone at the very top, the central wedge-shaped piece that appears last and locks everything into coherence, does not bear the greatest burden. It simply completes the geometry that allows every other stone to bear its own quiet share. The Romans used this principle in bridges that crossed rivers without a gram of iron to hold them together, in the soaring arcades that carried aqueduct channels across valleys on legs of stacked arches, in the barrel vaults of enormous public halls where the arch was extended into a continuous tunnel of compressed stone, and in triumphal gateways like the Arch of Constantine that still stands in Rome today, rising more than 21 meters into the air, perfectly intact after 1700 years, sustained by nothing more mysterious than the geometry of a curve and the weight of its own stones pressing against one another in an arrangement so precisely balanced that time itself has not found a weakness to enter. And if we allow our thoughts to settle now, drifting downward from those graceful arches and their quiet geometry, back toward the earth itself, back toward the ground beneath our feet, we find something that most travelers through the ancient world would have taken entirely for granted, something so commonplace in the Roman landscape that its extraordinary sophistication was almost invisible: the road. There is a phrase that has survived 2,000 years of linguistic change and cultural transformation, arriving perfectly intact in the present day and remaining perfectly accurate: all roads lead to Rome. And the reason that phrase has endured is not metaphorical but entirely literal, because at the height of the empire there existed approximately 80,000 kilometers of paved road connecting the capital to every corner of the known world, from the cold northern edge of Britannia where the rain fell in grey curtains over wet hills to the banks of the Euphrates River in what is now eastern Turkey where the air shimmered with a dry and ancient heat. A network so vast and so methodically constructed that satellite photography taken 2,000 years later reveals the ghost lines of those roads still cutting across the landscapes of England and France and Spain with a straightness that deviates by only a few meters across distances of many tens of kilometers. Deviation smaller than the width of a modern lane, achieved without a single electronic instrument. But what made those roads extraordinary was not their straightness or their extent, it was the depth of engineering thought that went into every meter of their construction, the understanding that a road is not a surface but a system, a layered and carefully reasoned response to the twin problems of bearing weight and draining water simultaneously and indefinitely without maintenance. The construction of a Roman road began with excavation, digging down through the topsoil to a depth that sometimes reached a meter or more, creating a trench that would cradle the entire structure from below. The first material placed in that trench was a layer of large rough stones fitted tightly together, not to be seen or walked upon, but to distribute the weight of everything above them across the widest possible area of the underlying soil. Above that came compacted gravel and sand, the drainage layer, engineered to allow rainwater to percolate sideways and downward away from the road rather than accumulating in the base and softening it from within. Then came another layer of finer compacted material, and finally the surface stones themselves, large irregular polygonal slabs of local rock fitted together with a precision that left minimal gaps between them, laid with a deliberate and subtle crown, a slight rise at the center of the road, so that water arriving on the surface would always find the shortest path to the drainage channels on either side rather than pooling and penetrating the structure below. Alongside the paved surface ran raised footpaths for pedestrians elevated above the mud of the verge, and at intervals of exactly 1,000 double paces, the mille passuum from which we derive the word mile, stood cylindrical stone markers recording the distance to the nearest town and to Rome itself. Many stretches of these roads still lie buried but intact beneath the asphalt of modern European highways, their Roman foundations bearing the weight of 21st-century traffic as quietly and as steadily as they once bore the sandaled feet of legions marching toward the edges of the world. And while those ancient roads continue their silent work beneath feet that have forgotten them, let us allow our attention to rise now, to lift from the earth and travel toward something that has stood at the very center of Rome for nearly 2,000 years, something that architects and structural engineers and materials scientists have studied with a mixture of admiration and genuine puzzlement, because it should not work as well as it does. And yet it stands, perfect and complete and utterly undisturbed, as if the forces that should by rights be threatening it have simply agreed among themselves to leave it alone. The Pantheon is a building that accomplishes something very rare in the history of human construction. It creates a space that feels simultaneously vast and intimate, overwhelming in scale and yet sheltering in atmosphere, as if the sky itself had been gently folded and invited indoors for safekeeping. If you were to walk through its enormous bronze doors today, and you still can, because the building has stood in continuous use for nearly 2,000 years without significant structural intervention, and look upward toward the ceiling, you would see above you a perfect hemisphere of Roman concrete rising to a circular opening at its crown, an opening 8.5 meters wide through which the sky enters the building as a shaft of moving light that travels slowly across the marble floor throughout the day, and as rain on the occasions when the clouds oblige, and occasionally as birdsong. The dome spans 43.5 meters from one interior wall to the other, and the distance from the marble floor to the top of that circular opening is also exactly 43.5 meters, which means that a perfect sphere of that diameter would fit inside the building with only the gentlest possible pressure against the walls. A mathematical relationship so deliberately and precisely conceived that it stops the mind for a moment when the numbers settle into place. The feature that most astonishes structural engineers who examine the Pantheon carefully is not its size or its proportions, it is the way it manages the forces that a dome of that weight and span must inevitably generate. A dome pushes outward as well as downward, trying always to spread at its base the way a heavy hat pushes outward on the head that wears it, and the thicker and heavier the dome the more insistently it pushes. The Roman engineers resolved this problem through a series of decisions of extraordinary calibrated elegance. The walls of the dome grow progressively thinner as they rise, from nearly 6 meters of solid thickness at the base to just 1 meter and 20 centimeters at the rim of the oculus, precisely reducing the mass at exactly the elevations where the outward thrust accumulates most dangerously. Each successive layer of concrete was mixed with a progressively lighter volcanic aggregate, dense travertine limestone at the base, then lighter tufa stone, then brick, then at the very top pumice, the lightest volcanic rock available, so that the entire upper portion of the dome is dramatically lighter than its lower portion, keeping the center of gravity low and the overall stability high. And the oculus itself, that opening at the crown which looks like a structural weakness, is in truth the most elegant solution of all. By removing the concrete from the very point where compressive stresses from all sides converge most intensely, the engineers eliminated the most dangerous concentration of force in the entire structure, turning an apparent absence into a kind of architectural keystone, letting the sky in not as an afterthought but as a structural necessity, a whole that holds everything together with the quiet authority of a perfect idea. And as we linger for a moment beneath that open eye of sky, feeling imagined sunlight moving in a slow diagonal across the marble floor, let us descend now, gently and gradually, below the surface of that polished stone, down through the foundations of the building, and further still, into a hidden world that most visitors to Rome never thought about, a world of carefully managed warmth, of hot air moving through spaces too narrow for any person to enter, of floors that held the memory of fire long after the fire itself had died down. There is a comfort that the Romans invented and that the world then largely forgot for over 1,000 years after the empire dissolved, the comfort of warmth rising evenly from below, of a floor that breathes heat upward through its entire surface simultaneously, enveloping the body from the ground up in a way that no fireplace placed against a wall can replicate. The system that created this experience was called the hypocaustum, a word derived from the Greek meaning burned from below, and its operating principle was at once elegantly simple and technically demanding in its execution. The floor of any space equipped with this system was not laid directly on the earth, it was suspended, raised on a dense forest of small brick columns called pili, each pillar approximately 60 centimeters tall, creating beneath the entire surface of the room a continuous and connected hidden chamber through which air could move freely in every direction without interruption. In an adjacent room or in a chamber constructed specifically for the purpose, slaves fed a furnace with wood throughout the hours when heat was needed, and the hot gases produced by that fire did not dissipate uselessly into the open air above the fuel. They were channeled by the geometry of the structure directly into the space beneath the suspended floor, spreading through the network of gaps between the brick columns, rising to press against the underside of every tile and stone. Above them, warming the entire surface from below with a slow and even patience that no single heat source placed at one end of a room could ever achieve. Because warm air is always lighter than cool air and always rises naturally, the heat moved upward through the floor material and into the living space above, filling the room from the ground upward rather than from a single radiating point outward, creating a temperature that Roman writers described with a distinctive satisfaction, a warmth that felt different from any other kind, more complete, more encompassing, more like the warmth of the earth itself than the warmth of any flame. In the great public bathing complexes the system operated at such intensity that the floor of the hottest room reached temperatures that made walking upon it barefoot genuinely painful, and bathers wore wooden sandals to protect their feet from the very surface that was designed to comfort them. Some rooms had hollow walls as well, fitted with ceramic tubes called tubuli that conducted the heated air upward through the wall thickness, so that warmth arrived not only from below but from all sides simultaneously, wrapping every person in the room in an envelope of gentle and continuous heat that modern radiant floor heating systems, with their electric cables embedded in concrete, are still working to replicate with complete fidelity. And while the warmth of those ancient floors settles into our imagination like the memory of a particularly restful evening, let us allow our thoughts to drift upward through those hollow walls and out into the open air above the city, rising high enough to see Rome spread below us in all its astonishing density, a city of perhaps 1 million souls pressed together into a relatively modest area of hills and valleys beside a winding river, and ask the question that any thoughtful observer, hovering above that spectacle, would inevitably ask: where did all those people sleep? Rome was almost certainly the first city in the Western world to confront in a systematic way the problem that every great metropolis eventually faces, the problem of vertical living, of finding a way to multiply the usable area of a limited piece of ground by stacking human lives one above another in structures tall enough to house many families where only one had lived before. The solution the Romans developed were called insulae, a word that means islands, because these residential buildings rose as isolated blocks between the narrow channels of the surrounding streets, surrounded by the flowing life of the city on all sides the way true islands are surrounded by water. Some insulae reached 6 or 7 stories in height, a genuinely considerable engineering achievement for a civilization building without steel reinforcement, without Portland cement, and without any of the structural calculation methods that modern engineers take as fundamental. The typical insula used fired brick walls at its corners and along its exterior faces as the primary load-bearing elements, the structural skeleton that carried the cumulative weight of every floor above down to the foundations, while the interior spaces were framed in combinations of timber and lighter mortar that reduced the overall mass of the building without compromising the integrity of its outer shell. The ground floor of a well-constructed insula was its most desirable level for many reasons. It was closer to the public fountains from which residents collected water for cooking and washing. It was cooler in summer because the upper floors absorbed most of the solar heat. It was more easily evacuated in the event of fire, and it had direct access to the street commerce that animated every Roman neighborhood. As the building rose floor by floor, the accommodations became progressively smaller and less comfortable and more dangerous, hotter in summer as heat accumulated beneath the roof, colder in winter as the wind found its way through the gaps in the timber framing, and most dangerously vulnerable in the event of fire, which was the constant and ever-present nightmare of the Roman apartment block. The Great Fire of 64 of the Common Era consumed large portions of the city in hours precisely because the timber upper stories of closely packed insulae caught and spread flame faster than any organized response could contain it, and the building regulations that followed, requiring more brick and wider streets and better access to water, were among the earliest formal urban safety codes in the recorded history of civilization. And as the embers of that ancient city cool in our imagination, and the new streets grow wider and safer between their rebuilt walls, let us follow the water once more, but not the clean water arriving from the hills through sealed stone channels. Let us follow instead the water flowing outward and downward, carrying with it everything that 1,000,000 human lives produce each day, following it down through the layers of the city into the deep darkness below, where one of the oldest continuously functioning engineering structures in the world has been doing its quiet work without interruption for over 2,500 years. There is something almost meditative about the image of a tunnel built before Julius Caesar was born that is still performing its original function beneath a living modern city, still conducting water through the rock and soil beneath Rome, still doing quietly and without complaint the work it was designed to do in an era so remote that the language spoken above it has transformed beyond any recognition. The Cloaca Maxima, whose Latin name means simply the Great Drain or the Great Cleanser, did not begin its existence as a planned engineering project. It began as a geographical necessity. Rome grew between and upon a cluster of hills, and the low ground between those hills was waterlogged and marshy and uninhabitable in its natural state, unsuitable for the markets and assembly spaces and temples that a growing city required. The earliest intervention was a simple open channel dug sometime in the 7th century before the Common Era, a cut through the saturated soil that allowed the standing water to drain toward the Tiber. But as the centuries passed and the city grew denser and more complex above it, that original channel was progressively deepened and widened and given a vaulted stone ceiling and integrated into a growing network of underground drainage, until it became the remarkable structure that archaeologists have documented in careful detail. At its widest point, the main tunnel measures 4.5 meters across and 3.5 meters from floor to crown, dimensions generous enough that a small boat could navigate through it, and Roman historians report that this was done periodically for the entirely practical purposes of inspection and maintenance. Workers floating through the darkness with oil lamps casting their light against stone walls that had been standing since before Rome was a republic. The system worked through the same fundamental principle that governed all Roman hydraulic engineering: gravity and abundance. The enormous volumes of water entering the city through the aqueducts and overflowing constantly from the public fountains were channeled along the streets with a carefully calculated slope and found their way naturally into the drains feeding the Cloaca, which conducted everything toward its great arched opening on the bank of the Tiber, an opening that still exists today, still framing a view of flowing water through an arch of stone that has witnessed the entire recorded history of Western civilization pass above it on the streets of Rome. And while those deep waters continue their ancient patient journey toward the river in the darkness below, let us rise back to the surface and turn our attention now toward something that seems at first almost too simple to deserve our wonder: the quiet and precise art of measuring, of drawing a perfectly straight line across a landscape that offers nothing straight, of knowing with confidence the distance between 2 points that no single person can touch simultaneously. How does a person draw a road perfectly straight across hundreds of kilometers of hills and forests and valleys without a single electronic instrument, without a laser level, without a satellite signal descending from orbit, without anything more sophisticated than wood and string and the patient observation of the way gravity pulls every hanging weight toward the same invisible point at the center of the Earth. The answer lives in a tool of such elegant and austere simplicity that it seems almost too modest to have accomplished what it accomplished across an empire of millions of people and hundreds of thousands of kilometers. A wooden cross mounted on a central pivot with 4 cords hanging from each of its forearms, each cord weighted at its lower end with a small stone or a piece of cast lead. This instrument was called the grommer, and when it was properly balanced and held motionless on its staff, those 4 hanging cords aligned themselves with perfect vertical precision, pointing always and without deviation toward the center of the Earth, because gravity is consistent and patient and does not vary with the season or the weather or the temperament of the surveyor using the instrument. By sighting along 2 opposite arms of the grommer, along the line defined by 2 perfectly vertical cords hanging in the same plane, the Roman surveyor could establish a direction with a precision sufficient to be followed for many kilometers before any meaningful deviation accumulated, planting marker poles ahead and behind and constantly checking the alignment as the line extended across the terrain. For measuring distances along the routes they established, Roman engineers used the odometric wheel, a device of beautiful mechanical logic, a wheel of precisely known circumference connected through a gearing mechanism to a counting device that registered each complete rotation. When pushed along any surface, the wheel counted its own revolutions, and the surveyor needed only to multiply that count by the known circumference to calculate the distance traveled with an accuracy perfectly adequate for engineering purposes. The combined result of these methods, applied with methodical patience across the entire territory of the empire, is still visible in countries throughout Europe where Roman roads trace lines through the modern landscape that GPS measurements confirm deviate by only a few meters from geometric perfection across distances of many tens of kilometers, a precision achieved without any technology that could not have been carried in a single leather bag by a single person walking steadily forward with a clear purpose and sufficient patience. And as we follow those straight roads outward from Rome into the wider world of the empire, through the hills and across the rivers and into the distant provinces, let us turn our attention toward something that most people never associate with the ancient world, something that belongs in our imagination to gleaming modern hospitals and precisely calibrated instruments beneath fluorescent light, the art and science of healing, the careful and systematic practice of medicine performed 2,000 years ago with metal tools so refined and so purposeful that their shapes would be immediately recognizable to any surgeon working today. Few things disturb our comfortable assumptions about historical progress quite as effectively as standing before a museum display case containing Roman surgical instruments and experiencing the quiet shock of recognition. The bistouries with their thin and precisely ground blades, the forceps with their delicately articulated grip designed to hold tissue without crushing it, the probes shaped to explore the depth and direction of a wound without widening it, the retractor hooks for drawing aside layers of tissue to expose the structures beneath, the fine-gauge needles for suturing wounds closed, the specula for examining cavities within the body, all of them crafted in bronze and iron with a refinement of form that speaks not of primitive experimentation but of accumulated and transmitted expertise, of many generations of practitioners encountering real problems and arriving at real solutions through the most demanding form of feedback available, the immediate and unambiguous evidence of whether the person in front of them lived or died. The Roman military medical tradition was the crucible in which most of this expertise was forged to its highest temperature, because the legions needed their wounded soldiers returned to combat readiness as quickly as possible, and that practical imperative created an incentive structure that rewarded genuine results over theoretical elegance with a consistency that purely civilian medicine rarely achieves. The medici who traveled with the legions carried their instruments in cylindrical leather cases from which they took the name capsariae and operated in field conditions that demanded both speed and precision simultaneously, extracting arrowheads and spear points from deep wounds, closing lacerations with sutures of thread or bronze wire, setting fractured bones with improvised splints of wood and wrapped linen, performing amputations of limbs too severely damaged to save before infection could spread from the dying tissue to the living body, all of this without the benefit of modern anesthesia, without any understanding of the microscopic world of bacteria that would determine whether their patient survived the days following the procedure. And yet these practitioners developed habits of care that we now understand to have been genuinely protective, even though the Romans could not explain why they worked, washing instruments in boiling water before use, cleaning wounds with vinegar whose mild acidity created an environment hostile to bacterial growth without their knowing what bacteria were, observing with scrupulous attention which treatments produced better outcomes and adjusting their practice accordingly. The most influential medical figure of the Roman world was Galen, who practiced in Rome in the 2nd century of the Common Era and who brought to medicine a systematic curiosity that drove him to dissect animals and carefully observe the structures he found, producing descriptions of the heart and its valves, of the pathways traced by nerves from the brain to the muscles, of the mechanical function of the respiratory system, that remained the foundational reference texts of Western medicine for more than 1,000 years after his death. And while the quiet knowledge of those ancient healers settles around us like warm steam rising slowly from cooling water, let us allow our thoughts to drift toward those great public spaces that defined the rhythm of daily life across the entire Roman world. Those extraordinary complexes of heated stone and flowing water and scented oil that were simultaneously washing facility and social hall and therapeutic sanctuary, and the closest thing the Roman world had to a shared daily ritual of bodily care. In almost every city of the Roman Empire, regardless of its location on the map, regardless of whether the climate outside its walls was the grey persistent drizzle of northern Britannia or the blazing dry heat of the North African desert or the mild and variable weather of the Syrian plains, there existed a building whose purpose was at once physical and social and something approaching genuinely therapeutic in the deepest physiological sense. The public baths, the thermae, were spaces where the distinction between private and public dissolved, where a senator and a freed slave and a craftsman from the working quarters might find themselves moving through the same sequence of heated rooms at the same hour of the afternoon, and where the care of the body was understood not as a private necessity to be accomplished quickly and alone, but as a communal ritual worth giving time and architecture to. The thermal sequence that organized every bathing complex began in the appetiterium, the changing room where clothing was stored in niches cut into the walls, and the transition from the busy world outside to the quieter world within had already begun in the simple act of undressing. The first bathing space was the frigidarium, built around a pool of cold water that shocked the body's peripheral circulation into sudden contraction and cleaned the skin of surface oils before the heating process began. From there the visitor moved into the tepidarium, a warm intermediate hall where the body acclimatized gradually and the muscles began their slow voluntary release of the tensions accumulated through the working hours of the day. And finally came the caldarium, the hot and steam-filled inner sanctum where sweat was drawn slowly and completely from every pore and then removed from the skin using the strigil, a curved metal implement drawn in long smooth strokes across the body's surfaces, clearing away not just perspiration but the thin accumulated layer of environmental debris and body oils that coated Roman skin in the absence of soap as we know it. The physiological sequence this progression created, the movement from cold contraction to warm relaxation to hot extraction and then back to cool again, produced cardiovascular effects that modern sports medicine and hydrotherapy both recognize as genuinely beneficial, stimulating peripheral circulation, reducing resting muscle tension, and leaving the body in a state of relaxed alertness that the Romans described simply as feeling well, a description whose apparent simplicity conceals a genuine physiological reality that the medicine of any era would recognize as desirable. And as that gentle warmth dissolves slowly into the soft edges of our awareness, let us allow our thoughts to wander now into a quieter and more fragrant world, a world of gardens and hillside terraces and the careful patient observation of growing things, a world where knowledge lived not only in texts and schools but in the fingertips and the memories of people who had spent their entire lives learning what the natural world could offer to those willing to pay close enough attention to it. Before any compound was synthesized in a laboratory, before any molecule was isolated and named and measured in milligrams, before the entire edifice of modern pharmacology even existed as a concept, there was a body of knowledge about the healing properties of plants that had been accumulating through so many generations of careful observation that its origins had dissolved into the deep past of human experience. The Romans inherited this knowledge from the Greeks and the Egyptians and the healing traditions of the Near East, and they expanded it through their own centuries of empirical practice, producing in the first century of the Common Era a work of botanical documentation so comprehensive and so systematically organized that it served as the primary medical reference for plant-based medicine across the entire Western world for more than 1500 years after it was written. The physician Dioscorides traveled with the Roman army and therefore encountered the medicinal plant traditions of every region the empire touched, cataloguing more than 600 plants in his De Materia Medica and describing for each one its appearance and habitat and method of preparation and the conditions for which it offered relief, with a precision that modern pharmacologists find remarkable when they trace the active chemical compounds in his recommendations back to the observations he recorded. The poppy was known to Roman physicians as the source of a milky juice that induced sleep and relieved pain that nothing else could touch, and that juice contained the opioid compounds that form the chemical basis of morphine and codeine, molecules that modern medicine still depends upon, chemically refined but functionally identical to what Roman physicians were extracting from the same plant 2,000 years ago. The bark of the willow tree, prescribed for fever and for pain, contained salicylic acid, the same molecule that a German chemist named Felix Hoffmann synthesized in a more stable form in 1897 and gave to the world as aspirin. Garlic, prescribed for infections and wounds, contains allicin, a compound with measurable antibacterial properties confirmed by modern microbiology. Mint, used for digestive complaints, contains menthol, which relaxes the smooth muscle of the gastrointestinal tract in precisely the way Roman physicians observed it to do without knowing the mechanism. In every case, the gap between the Roman observation and the modern explanation is a gap of mechanism rather than of outcome. The Romans did not know why these plants worked, but they knew with considerable precision that they did, and that knowledge, accumulated through generations of careful watching, was not less real and not less valuable for lacking the vocabulary of chemistry to explain itself. And as the scent of those ancient gardens drifts slowly away, and the fragrance of mint and willow bark and garlic fades into the soft darkness at the edges of our awareness, let us settle a little more deeply now into whatever surface is holding our weight, feeling the body release a little more of its remaining tension, and turn our attention toward something that connects us to the Romans in the most intimate and immediate way possible, the way we rest, the way we surrender. Consciousness each night, the quiet and mysterious rhythm of sleep itself. There is something both strange and deeply comforting about discovering that the Romans thought carefully about sleep, that they observed its patterns and its effects with the same empirical attention they brought to the design of concrete and the calibration of aqueduct gradients and the cataloguing of medicinal plants, and that some of what they noticed about the nature of rest turns out to be not only accurate but remarkably nuanced by the standards of 21st century sleep science. Researchers who have studied the medical texts and the personal correspondence and the casual diary entries of the Roman world have assembled from those scattered fragments a picture of Roman sleep habits that differs from the modern pattern in one particularly striking and revealing way. The Romans appear to have slept in two distinct periods rather than one continuous uninterrupted block, retiring shortly after darkness fell and sleeping for several hours in the early part of the night, then waking naturally in the middle of the night for a quiet period of wakefulness lasting perhaps an hour or two, then returning to sleep until the light returned in the morning. This intermediate period of nocturnal wakefulness was not experienced as a disorder or a failure or anything requiring remedy. It was simply part of the natural architecture of the night, a time of particular stillness and inward quiet that Romans used for reflection or unhurried conversation or prayer or reading by the small warm light of an oil lamp. The physician Celsus, writing in the 1st century of the Common Era, described sleep as a fundamental biological necessity and offered specific guidance about the conditions that best supported it: darkness, quiet, a comfortable and stable temperature. Recommendations that any contemporary specialist in sleep medicine would recognize immediately as correct and would offer without hesitation to a patient struggling with insomnia. The Romans also practiced widely what we now call the afternoon nap, the brief period of rest after the midday meal that was so thoroughly embedded in the rhythms of Mediterranean daily life that its traces persist in the cultures of southern Europe today, and that modern chronobiology has identified as aligned with a genuine and predictable dip in human alertness that occurs in most people in the early afternoon regardless of how much sleep they had the previous night. Studies conducted in recent decades have confirmed that a nap of between 20 and 30 minutes taken in the early afternoon measurably improves alertness and consolidates short-term memory and stabilizes mood and reduces the accumulation of cognitive fatigue through the remaining hours of the day. The Romans did not have polysomnography or cortisol assays or the vocabulary of sleep medicine. They had only the honest and careful observation of their own bodies and the bodies of the people around them, and from that observation alone they arrived at conclusions about rest that the science of our own time has confirmed to be genuinely correct. And as that ancient wisdom about rest and darkness settles gently around us like a blanket placed by thoughtful hands, let us allow our breathing to slow a little further now, and turn our attention toward something that existed at the intersection of knowledge and pressing necessity, toward the places where the Roman understanding of the human body was tested most severely and refined most rapidly: the military hospitals, the field surgeries, the purposeful spaces where the largest organized medical system the ancient world had ever built worked continuously to keep its soldiers alive and capable. The Roman army was for many centuries the most formidable military organization the Western world had ever seen, and its sustained effectiveness depended not only on the training and the discipline and the weapons of its soldiers but on something that most ancient armies entirely lacked: a systematic and generously resourced medical service that treated wounded soldiers not as an unfortunate cost of military operations but as an investment in human capital worth protecting and repairing and returning to service as quickly and as completely as possible. Each legion of approximately 5,000 soldiers traveled with its own contingent of trained medical personnel, the capsariae, who moved through the chaos immediately following a battle, providing emergency care to the wounded, applying direct pressure to bleeding wounds, removing weapons embedded in tissue, immobilizing broken limbs against improvised rigid supports. Their work in the field was only the first and most urgent layer of a medical system that extended much further back from the fighting zone. In the permanent fortified camps called castra that legions constructed wherever they stayed for any extended period, there existed dedicated medical facilities called valetudinaria, structures whose ruins archaeologists have now excavated at dozens of sites along the former frontiers of the empire in Germany and Britain and along the Danube, finding them repeated in essentially the same functional layout at site after site across thousands of kilometers and hundreds of years of construction. A central corridor running the full length of the building with small individual rooms opening off both sides, each room sized to hold a small number of patients who could be observed and treated in relative isolation, the architecture solving through its layout the same problems that modern hospital designers still work to address: the efficient movement of medical staff between patients, the limitation of cross-contamination between cases, and the provision of a calm and resting environment for those in the process of recovery. And as those ancient places of healing grow quiet around us, their instruments resting in their cases, their patients breathing slowly in the small rooms along the long corridor, let us allow our thoughts to drift now into a stranger and more shadowed corner of Roman knowledge, a place where medicine and political survival and genuine scientific curiosity became so deeply entangled that separating them is almost impossible. The dark and fascinating territory of poisons and the antidotes that promised protection against them. There is something almost paradoxical about the fact that some of the most careful and systematic chemical investigation conducted in the ancient world was driven not by the desire to heal but by the desire to survive, not by the physician's impulse to restore health but by the powerful person's very reasonable terror of a cup of wine offered by a smiling rival. In a society where political power changed hands with a frequency and a violence that made personal safety a constant preoccupation for anyone of influence, the study of toxic substances occupied a space at the intersection of genuine medical inquiry and something more desperate and more personal. The figure who haunts this tradition like a founding ghost was not a Roman but a king who had spent decades as Rome's most persistent adversary. Mithridates of Pontus, who ruled a kingdom on the southern shore of the Black Sea in the 1st century before the Common Era and who was so thoroughly consumed by the fear of assassination by poison that he reportedly began each day by swallowing a carefully measured preparation containing small amounts of numerous different toxic substances. His reasoning followed a logic that has a genuine if limited basis in biochemistry, that repeated exposure to a toxin in doses too small to cause serious harm might over time induce the body to develop some degree of tolerance, a process that modern toxicology calls Mithridatism in his honor, and which is a real phenomenon in specific cases though far from the universal protection the king hoped it would provide. In response to the very real threat that deliberate poisoning represented throughout Roman political life, physicians developed complex preparations called theriaceae, compound antidotes intended to neutralize a wide variety of possible poisons simultaneously through the combined action of their many ingredients. The most famous of these was formulated by Andromachus, personal physician to the Emperor Nero, and contained in its recipe more than 64 separate ingredients including viper flesh and honey and opium and numerous plant extracts, each included according to a logic that mixed genuine chemical intuition with considerable optimism. And while the actual efficacy of this preparation against most poisons was probably very limited, the process of assembling and testing and refining it over successive versions, of recording the effects of individual ingredients and adjusting the proportions in response to observed results, represented something unmistakably recognizable as a method, a systematic approach to chemical intervention in biological processes that anticipates the logic of modern pharmacology even where the specific conclusions it reached were incorrect. And as those shadowed corridors of ancient investigation grow still around us, let us allow our breathing to slow a little more now, and turn our attention toward something both intimate and universal, something that stands at the very threshold of human existence, the moment of birth, and the remarkable body of systematic knowledge that Roman medicine had accumulated about how to guide new life safely into the world. There is a figure at the center of the Roman birthing tradition who deserves far more recognition than history has typically extended to her, the obstetrix, the midwife, a woman who occupied a position of genuine professional standing in Roman society, whose knowledge was earned through years of apprenticeship and accumulated practice, and whose skills in the most acutely vulnerable moments of human life were trusted with the most precious things that any Roman family possessed. The obstetrix was not a peripheral folk practitioner operating at the margins of respectable medicine. She was a recognized professional whose expertise was documented and systematized in medical texts of considerable analytical sophistication. The physician Cyrenus of Ephesus, who practiced in Rome in the 2nd century of the Common Era, wrote a treatise on gynecology and obstetrics that reads in many passages with a directness and a clinical precision that feels genuinely contemporary to any modern reader with medical knowledge. He described in careful detail the correct positioning of the mother during labor, the use of a birthing stool designed to allow gravity to assist the delivery while keeping the mother partially upright and supported, the specific techniques for identifying when a baby was presenting in an abnormal position within the womb, and the manual procedures that might be attempted to correct that positioning before delivery became impossible. He specified that a skilled midwife should have small hands with nails trimmed to the fingertips so that internal examination caused the minimum possible tissue damage. He described the early signs of premature labor and the interventions that might slow or manage it, and he outlined the essential care of the newborn in the first minutes following birth, the clearing of the airways, the careful assessment of the infant's condition, the correct distance from the body at which the umbilical cord should be cut and tied to minimize the risk of complications. The maternal and infant mortality that accompanied even this level of knowledge was by modern standards heartbreakingly high, because the Romans had no concept of bacterial infection and therefore no means to prevent the puerperal fever that killed so many mothers in the days following delivery. But within the absolute constraints of what was knowable and achievable in their time, the systematic sophistication of Roman obstetric practice surpassed that of any contemporary civilization and left a legacy that directly shaped the practice of midwifery across medieval Europe for centuries after the last Roman physician had set down his instruments. And as those ancient hands withdraw gently from the threshold of new life, and the quiet knowledge of Roman healers continues its long journey through the centuries toward us, let us allow our awareness to settle now into something more immediate and more sensory, something that touches every human being several times each day with a familiarity so complete that we rarely pause to consider how much accumulated knowledge it contains: the food we eat, the flavors we seek, the invisible nutritional wisdom encoded in dietary traditions that developed long before anyone had a name for a vitamin or a calorie. The Romans had no periodic table and no understanding of vitamins or minerals or amino acids, no concept of macronutrients or the biochemistry of metabolism, and yet the diet that most Romans ate through most of the empire's history turns out under modern nutritional analysis to have been remarkably well aligned with human health. Not because the Romans had derived it from scientific principles, but because generations of lived experience had quietly and patiently filtered out the dietary patterns that made people weak and retained and elaborated the patterns that kept people capable. The foundation of Roman nutrition was grain, primarily wheat consumed as a dense and sustaining porridge called pulse and as bread leavened by natural fermentation, providing complex carbohydrates that released their energy slowly through the long working hours of the Roman day. Around this foundation were layered legumes, lentils and chickpeas and fava beans, contributing proteins whose amino acid profile complemented the grain proteins in ways that the Romans could not have known, but that their bodies recognized with a reliability that thousands of years of practice had encoded into their culinary tradition. The dominant fat of Roman cooking was olive oil, a source of monounsaturated fatty acids that decades of careful epidemiological research have now associated with reduced rates of cardiovascular disease and reduced systemic inflammation. The wine that Romans drank diluted with water at every meal served a function beyond pleasure and nutrition. The mild acidity of even diluted wine created a chemical environment in the water that was hostile to many of the waterborne pathogens that made untreated water dangerous, effectively and continuously disinfecting every cup of drinking water in a way that the Romans understood through long observation to produce better health outcomes even without knowing that bacteria were the mechanism they were defeating. The fermented fish sauce called garum that seasoned virtually every Roman dish was extraordinarily rich in glutamate, the compound responsible for the deep savory quality that 20th century food science identified as a fifth basic taste and named umami, a flavor that signals the presence of protein to the brain and prepares the digestive system to extract maximum nutrition from the meal that follows. An analysis of Roman skeletal remains from sites across the empire reveals bones that were generally well mineralized and structurally dense, suggesting that the population as a whole was receiving adequate calcium and sufficient other nutrients to support healthy skeletal development across a lifetime lived without refrigeration or food fortification or nutritional supplementation of any kind. And meanwhile, in another quiet corner of this vast and ancient world, far from the cities and their heated floors and their surgical instruments and their medicinal gardens, out in the fields where most Romans actually spent most of their days, a different kind of knowledge was accumulating, a knowledge of the earth itself, of how it worked, of what it needed, and of what happened when those needs were ignored. There is a moment in the history of civilization that passes almost without notice in most accounts of agricultural development, a moment when the relationship between human beings and the soil they cultivated shifted from something extractive and passive to something more attentive and reciprocal. The Romans did not invent the plough, but they refined it in a way that transformed the productive capacity of the Mediterranean world. The most advanced Roman plough was called the caruca, and it incorporated a metal piece called the coulter that did something simple and revolutionary simultaneously. It did not merely cut a vertical slice through the soil as earlier implements had done. It turned that slice over, physically inverting the top layer and burying it beneath material drawn up from below. This gesture of turning the earth had consequences that extend far beyond the simple act of loosening the soil for planting. The layers of soil below the surface that had not been exposed to sunlight and open air for extended periods were rich in minerals that plants deplete rapidly from the topmost layers. By bringing them upward, the plough renewed the availability of those nutrients without requiring the field to lie fallow and recover on its own timeline. The buried surface layer, meanwhile, with its accumulated weeds and the remnants of the previous harvest, decomposed in the dark below and released its own store of nutrients back into the soil in a slow and continuous cycle of renewal. The Roman agricultural writers, especially Columella, who devoted his working life to the systematic study of farming in the 1st century of the Common Era, described with remarkable precision how the depth of ploughing and the timing relative to the season and the direction of the furrows relative to the slope of the ground all affected the quality and quantity of the harvest. Observations that remain valid for modern agronomy because they are descriptions of physical and chemical processes that have not changed since the first Roman farmer noticed the connection between what he did to his land in autumn and what his land gave back to him in summer. And while that patient turning of the earth continues its seasonal rhythm in the fields beyond the city, let us linger now in those same fields and consider something that the Romans understood about the land that their modern descendants would not be able to explain with the vocabulary of chemistry for another 18 centuries, the mysterious and reliable fact that certain plants, when grown in sequence on the same ground, made the earth more generous to everything that followed them. The Romans observed over many generations of cultivation that a field planted with the same cereal year after year produced harvests that shrank progressively as if the soil were being slowly emptied of something essential, and that a field rested from cereals and planted with legumes instead seemed to recover that lost generosity, emerging from the experience ready to produce abundant grain again. The solution they developed from this observation is what we now call crop rotation, and the system most commonly used divided each farm's fields into portions that were moved through a regular sequence, one portion receiving wheat or barley, a second portion planted with legumes such as fava beans or lentils or peas, and a third portion left completely fallow and covered only by the spontaneous vegetation that colonized it, to be ploughed back into the soil before the next planting. What the Romans were observing empirically and without the language to explain it was the effect of biological nitrogen fixation. Leguminous plants harbor in their roots small nodules inhabited by bacteria that capture nitrogen gas from the surrounding soil atmosphere and convert it into a chemical form that plants can absorb and use. Planting legumes in a field was therefore unknown to the Romans and unguessable by any person without microscopy, literally fertilizing the soil with the most critical limiting nutrient for plant growth, replenishing precisely the resource that cereal cultivation depleted most rapidly. Columella recommended this practice with an insistence that speaks of genuine conviction based on observable results, and the fields managed according to his recommendations produced harvests visibly and reliably more abundant than those managed by farmers who rotated crops less thoughtfully or not at all. And if we allow our thoughts to drift a little further now across the landscape of Roman agriculture, following the vines that climb the hillside terraces in long orderly rows, we arrive at one of the most revealing examples of empirical knowledge in the entire Roman world, a craft so sophisticated in its observational foundation that modern practitioners study the ancient texts with genuine professional interest. Wine was not merely a beverage for the Romans. It was food and medicine and currency and religious offering and the central substance around which most of Roman social life organized itself, and the viticulture that produced it, the art and practical science of growing grapes and transforming them into wine, reached a level of observational sophistication that enologists today find genuinely impressive. The Romans understood through long observation that different soils produced wines of detectably different character, that the angle of a slope affected the quantity and quality of sunlight the grapes received, that the precise timing of the harvest, a matter of only a few days in either direction, changed completely the balance between sugar and acidity in the fruit and therefore in the wine it would become, that grapes harvested in conditions of excess moisture were prone to producing wines that spoiled quickly. The process of fermentation itself, that transformation by which sweet grape juice became wine, was understood functionally if not mechanistically. The Romans knew that it happened reliably, that warmth accelerated it and cold retarded it, that the cleanliness of the vessels affected the quality of the result, and that vessels previously used for spoiled wine could ruin fresh juice if not thoroughly cleaned between uses. What they could not know, what remained invisible without microscopy, was that the transformation was the work of living organisms. Microscopic fungi called yeasts present naturally on the skins of grapes, consuming sugar and releasing alcohol and carbon dioxide as byproducts of their own metabolism. That explanation would wait for Louis Pasteur in the 19th century, while the Romans themselves developed sophisticated storage techniques based on purely observational logic, sealing their ceramic amphorae with wax or pine resin and storing them in underground cellars where temperature remained stable, conditions that modern enology confirms are genuinely optimal for wine preservation. And while the wines of the ancient world rest quietly in their sealed vessels in the cool darkness below the ground, let us allow our thoughts to move toward something else that the Romans produced from their Mediterranean landscape with extraordinary technical refinement, something that structured not just the diet but the entire material culture of the Roman world. something used for cooking and lighting and body care and cosmetics and mechanical lubrication and food preservation. Simultaneously, if the wine structured Roman social life, then olive oil structured practically everything else, and the production of this essential substance required a technology that the Romans developed and refined over centuries of practical engineering. The olives themselves needed to be harvested at precisely the right moment of maturation. Too early and the yield of oil would be low and the flavor harsh. Too late and the oil would have oxidized within the fruit and arrived at the pressing already degraded in quality. The harvested olives were first crushed beneath circular millstones pulled by animals, their weight and rolling motion breaking down the fruit pulp to a dense paste without fracturing the hard pits which would have released bitter compounds into the oil. This paste was then spread in thick layers on circular discs of woven vegetable fiber stacked alternately with flat stones inside a large press. A massive horizontal beam of dense timber served as the lever arm of the press, weighted or tightened at one end to multiply force through mechanical advantage and squeeze the liquid from the paste. The resulting mixture of oil and vegetable water was allowed to settle in stone tanks where the physical difference in density between oil and water caused them to separate naturally, the lighter oil rising to the surface where it could be collected carefully. The first pressing produced the highest quality oil, clear and mild and delicately flavored, equivalent to what we now call extra virgin, while subsequent pressings produced progressively lower grades used for the less demanding applications, lamps and lubrication, and the cheaper grades of cooking. And not far from the olive presses, in the workshops where the Romans prepared their most universal condiment, another kind of transformation was happening slowly and patiently under the Mediterranean sun, a transformation that turned simple fish and salt into something so chemically concentrated and so intensely flavored that a few drops could season an entire pot of food. Garum, the fermented fish sauce that appears in virtually every surviving Roman recipe and that was produced commercially in coastal workshops throughout the empire, is perhaps the most misunderstood of all Roman foods because its description, fish mixed with salt and left to liquefy in the sun, sounds primitive to modern ears in a way that obscures the genuine chemical sophistication of what it produced. Small fish, sometimes anchovies, sometimes mackerel, sometimes mixed species, were layered whole with coarse salt in stone or ceramic vessels in ratios that the producers had refined through generations of practice, and the mixture was left exposed to warmth for weeks or months while being stirred occasionally to promote even decomposition. The salt pulled moisture from the fish tissue by osmosis, the same process that causes a cucumber to wilt when covered in salt, while the digestive enzymes naturally present in the fish's own internal organs continued working after death, breaking the proteins of the flesh down into smaller and smaller molecular fragments. The result of this patient process was a liquid of extraordinary chemical density, saturated with free amino acids including glutamate in concentrations far higher than any other ingredient in the Roman kitchen, and it is the glutamate that explains why garum transformed every dish it touched, triggering in anyone who tasted it the sensation that modern food science identifies as umami, the fifth basic taste. The experience of depth and complexity and satisfaction that signals to the brain the presence of abundant protein. Food scientists who have analyzed garam's chemical profile have noted with genuine surprise that it is nearly identical to the fermented fish sauces of Southeast Asia, the Thai nam pla and the Vietnamese nuoc mam, developed independently on another continent by the same biochemical logic of protein fermentation, arriving at the same flavor through a convergent process that speaks to something fundamental in the chemistry of decomposition and the human palate's response to its products. And if we allow our thoughts to drift now from the coastal workshops where garam slowly transformed itself in the warmth, inland and upward to the great stone warehouses that lined the ports and storage districts of Roman cities, we find another dimension of Roman practical intelligence waiting quietly in the architecture of storage itself. Feeding a city of perhaps 1 million people was a logistical challenge of a scale that no civilization before Rome had ever confronted successfully, and the Romans solved it not only through the engineering of transport and distribution but through the careful engineering of preservation, the understanding that grain could be kept edible for extended periods only under very specific conditions of temperature and humidity, and that the design of the building holding it was as important as the quality of the grain itself. The great Roman grain warehouses called horia were buildings designed from their foundations upward with the single purpose of creating and maintaining those specific conditions. The floor was suspended on rows of low stone pillars, creating a ventilated chamber of air between the soil and the stored grain that prevented ground moisture from wicking upward into the stored material. The walls were thick and in many cases doubled, creating insulating layers that buffered the interior against the extremes of outdoor temperature. Small windows positioned strategically on opposing walls created cross-ventilation that kept air moving through the stored grain continuously without exposing it to direct sunlight. Some horia incorporated additional ventilation channels built into the wall thickness itself, creating a continuous passive airflow that maintained the grain in cool and dry conditions even through the summer months. The Romans also observed that grain stored at excessive moisture content would heat internally, a process we now know is caused by the respiration of mold and bacteria within the grain mass, and that this internal heating could destroy an entire store in weeks. The practice of regularly turning and aerating stored grain to prevent this heating was prescribed by Roman agricultural writers with the same insistence that modern silo operators follow in operating their mechanical aeration systems. And while those carefully managed grain stores continue their quiet work of preservation through the long warm months, let us follow the water once more, but this time not downward through the earth or across the sea. Let us follow it outward from the cities into the surrounding countryside, along channels cut carefully through the landscape to bring the gift of moisture to fields that the Mediterranean summer left parched and unproductive without human intervention. Mediterranean agriculture faces a fundamental climatic paradox that is as old as farming in the region. The The rains come in winter when the days are short and cold and plant growth is limited, and they disappear in summer precisely when the warmth and the light create conditions otherwise perfect for growth. The Romans addressed this paradox with irrigation systems whose engineering logic was an exact parallel of the aqueducts that supplied their cities, channels cut through the landscape with a gentle and consistent slope that allowed water to flow by gravity from its source to the fields that needed it, without pumps and without machinery and without any energy input beyond the original labor of excavation. These channels branched from their sources in rivers and springs into progressively finer networks that reached individual fields, and stone or wooden gates at key junctions allowed farmers to control the flow and direct water toward whichever areas needed it most urgently at any given moment. In the arid regions of North Africa and the Near East, where the Romans extended their agricultural reach into territory too dry for rain-fed farming, they constructed underground water collection systems called qanats, networks of vertical shafts connected by gently sloping horizontal tunnels that collected groundwater from higher elevations and conducted it to lower fields without any of the evaporative losses that an open surface channel would suffer under the intense sun. Some of these structures were engineered with such precision and built with such durable materials that they are still carrying water in parts of Morocco and Tunisia today, 2,000 years after the Roman engineers who designed them last set down their surveying instruments. And as the water moves quietly through those ancient channels toward fields that have been waiting for it through the long dry summer, let us allow our attention to settle now upon something smaller and sweeter and more intimate than irrigation systems or grain warehouses, something that the Romans kept in hollowed cork and woven wicker containers on hillside farms throughout the Mediterranean. Something that buzzed softly in the afternoon warmth and that gave the Roman world its only form of concentrated sweetness before any refined sugar existed. Honey was for the Romans simultaneously food and medicine and religious offering and the closest thing their world had to a universal sweetener, and the beekeeping that produced it was practiced with an attentiveness and a sophistication that reveals how carefully the Romans had observed the social lives of the insects they depended upon. The hives they used were constructed from cork and ceramic and woven plant fiber, materials chosen through practical experience for their ability to maintain the stable interior temperature and humidity that the Romans had observed were essential to the health and productivity of the colony. Honey entered Roman cooking in ways that seem strange to modern sensibilities, as a component of savory sauces and meat glazes, as the sweetener in mulsum, a mixture with wine served at the beginning of meals, and as the preserving medium for fruit and even small animals. But its most important application may have been medical. Roman physicians applied honey routinely to wounds and burns, and modern biochemistry explains precisely why this worked. Honey's very low moisture content and very high sugar concentration create an osmotic environment that draws moisture from bacteria and kills them by dehydration. Its mildly acidic pH is hostile to most pathogens, and it contains hydrogen peroxide released slowly by an enzyme that bees deposit during production. giving it a sustained low-level antiseptic activity that makes it an effective wound dressing by genuinely measurable chemical criteria. The Romans also observed the social organization of the hive with remarkable accuracy, describing the role of the queen, the division of labor among workers, the construction of the comb, and the seasonal cycles of activity and dormancy with a precision that modern entomologists recognize as genuinely careful observation for any era. And not far from the beehives on the hillside estates of wealthy Romans, near the coast where the sea met the rocky shore, there existed a peculiar institution that combined aristocratic indulgence with something that functions in retrospect as an unconscious experiment in aquaculture: the fish pond. The piscini that wealthy Romans constructed along their coastal properties were not the simple garden ornaments they might appear to modern eyes. They were engineering projects of genuine ambition designed to solve a problem that the Mediterranean climate made acute and persistent: how to keep expensive seafood fresh in an era before refrigeration in a region where ambient temperatures in summer made rapid spoilage inevitable. The most sophisticated piscini were constructed directly in the coastal rock, cut and shaped so that tidal movement through carefully engineered channels continuously renewed the water in the tanks without requiring constant manual labor. The Romans who maintained these facilities observed and recorded details about the biology of the fish they raised, their feeding preferences and schedules, the densities at which they could be maintained without disease spreading through the population, the water quality conditions that supported health and growth, observations that represent a genuinely practical foundation of what we would now call aquaculture biology. The satirist Varro mocked the emotional attachments that wealthy Romans formed with their fish, describing owners who wept at the deaths of beloved eels as piscinariae, the fish men, but beneath the social comedy his writing records something practically significant: the observation that keeping fish alive in enclosed water until the moment of consumption solved the spoilage problem completely, and that the specific conditions required for keeping different species healthy could be learned and reliably reproduced, which is precisely the foundation upon which the commercial aquaculture industry of the modern world is built. And while those ancient fish move quietly in their tidal pools, let us allow our thoughts to lift now and move toward the larger question of how Rome fed not just its aristocrats with their private piscini but its million ordinary citizens, the vast population that had no private estates and no fish ponds and no personal grain stores. The people who depended every day on a system of food supply so complex and so precisely organized that its failure would bring violence to the streets. Within days, feeding Rome was not a market problem that commercial forces could solve on their own initiative. It was a problem of state, a permanent logistical challenge that required coordination and resources on a scale that only imperial organization could provide. The system that the Roman state created to address this challenge was called the annona, a word that began meaning simply the annual harvest and gradually became the name of the entire imperial apparatus for procuring and distributing grain to the urban population. Wheat arrived in Rome primarily from Egypt and from the North African provinces of what are now Tunisia and Algeria, transported across the Mediterranean in enormous cargo vessels that carried hundreds of tons of grain in a single crossing, arriving at the port of Ostia at the mouth of the Tiber, where the scale of the operation is still visible in the ruins of the massive warehouses and artificial harbor basins that archaeology has revealed. From Ostia the grain was transferred to shallow draft river barges that could navigate the Tiber upstream to the city's own warehouses, avoiding the problem that the river's depth prevented the deep-hulled ocean ships from reaching Rome directly. The state distributed a monthly grain ration freely to a list of eligible citizens that at its height numbered approximately 200,000 people, a population larger than most cities of the ancient world, receiving their basic food supply from a single centrally administered system with no payment required. The political logic of this arrangement was understood clearly by every emperor who maintained it. A hungry urban population was an unstable urban population, and the annona was as much an instrument of political management as of nutritional provision. When the chain failed, through storms that delayed the grain ships or droughts that reduced the Egyptian harvest or corruption that diverted supplies before they reached their destination, the result arrived in the streets of Rome as riot. And while the great grain ships make their slow crossings of the Mediterranean, let us allow our thoughts now to drift upward and outward, away from the practical concerns of engineering and agriculture and medicine, away from the immediate business of keeping 1 million people alive and housed and fed and watered, and turn our attention toward something that required none of those things but that human beings have needed with equal urgency since the beginning of consciousness, the understanding of time. Hidden in the names of the months we use today there is a fossil of ancient confusion that was never quite corrected, a residue of an old accounting system preserved intact inside the shell of a newer one. September means the 7th month in Latin. October means the 8th. November the 9th. December the 10th. And yet in the calendar we use every day these months occupy positions 9 through 12, displace 2 positions from their names by an adjustment made over 2,000 years ago that changed the counting but left the labels behind. The calendar from which these names survive was attributed by Roman tradition to Romulus, the legendary founder of the city, and it counted only 10 months beginning in March, the month sacred to Mars the god of war and the beginning of the military campaigning season. The winter period that we now call January and February simply did not exist as named time in this oldest Roman calendar. It was an unnamed gap, a stretch of cold and dormancy that fell between the end of one year and the beginning of the next because nothing militarily or agriculturally significant happened during it, and therefore it had not been deemed worthy of counting. When a later king named Numa Pompilius added 2 months to account for this unnamed winter and placed them at the beginning of the year, every month that had previously been numbered was pushed 2 positions forward in the sequence, but the names that encoded those original positions remained unchanged, and they remain unchanged still today. September and October and November and December carrying within their syllables the memory of a calendar that existed before winter had a name. And while those fossilized numbers continue their quiet persistence in the calendar we use every morning, let us turn our attention now toward the man who finally confronted the accumulating disorder of the Roman calendar system and replaced it with something so well designed that it served the Western world for over 1600 years. In the year 46 before the Common Era, the Roman calendar had drifted approximately 3 months out of alignment with the actual seasons, what the calendar declared to be March, and the first days of spring was actually arriving in the middle of winter. This misalignment had accumulated because the Republican Roman calendar was based on lunar months that added up to only 355 days, 10 days short of the solar year that the Earth's orbit around the Sun requires. The correction mechanism that existed in theory, the periodic insertion of an intercalary month called Mercedonius, had been systematically abused for political purposes, magistrates inserting or omitting the extra month to extend the terms of political allies or shorten the terms of opponents, until the calendar had lost all useful connection to the astronomical reality it was meant to represent. Julius Caesar, returning from Egypt where he had consulted the astronomer Sosigenes of Alexandria, decided to replace the entire corrupted system. The year of 46 before the Common Era was extended to 445 days, the year the Romans called Annus Confusionis, the year of confusion, to bring the calendar back into alignment with the seasons. And from the following year the Julian calendar established a 365-day year divided into 12 months with an additional day inserted every 4 years to account for the approximately 6 hours by which the solar year exceeds exactly 365 days, a system so accurately calibrated to the astronomical reality it described that it remained the official calendar of the Western world from the time of Caesar until the Gregorian reform of 1582, and even the Gregorian reform changed only the rule for leap years to correct an accumulation of 11 minutes per year that had caused a 10-day drift over the intervening 16 centuries. And far above all of this human drama of calendars and corrections and political maneuvering over the measurement of time, the planets continued their ancient patient journeys through the sky, indifferent to what the humans below named them or what confused calendars those humans used to track them, moving according to laws that the Romans observed with careful precision without knowing what those laws were or why they governed the behavior of the wandering lights. The Romans inherited from the Babylonians and the Greeks a long tradition of systematic sky observation that had accumulated enough data by the time of the empire to allow the positions of the planets to be predicted with reasonable accuracy even without any understanding of the gravitational physics that actually governed their movements. The planets were understood to be fundamentally different from the fixed stars, those steady points of light that maintained their positions relative to each other night after night through the centuries, as if they were permanently stitched to the inside surface of a vast dark sphere slowly rotating overhead, while the planets drifted against that background, wandering from constellation to constellation over days and weeks and months in patterns complex enough to have seemed mysterious. For millennia, the Romans associated each planet with a deity whose character seemed to match its visible behavior in the sky. Mercury, the fastest moving and most elusive planet, was given the name of the swift messenger of the gods. Venus, blazing with a brilliance surpassed only by the sun and moon, received the name of the goddess of beauty. Mars, with its distinctive reddish color, was associated with the god of war and blood. Jupiter, the largest and most luminous of the planets that wander far from the sun, bore the name of the king of the gods. Saturn, moving with a slowness that made its progress almost imperceptible from one night to the next, was given to the ancient god of time and the harvest. These associations were not merely poetic license, they were embedded in a systematic tradition of observation and recording so precise that the positional records kept by Roman astronomers can still be used by modern researchers to reconstruct the configuration of the solar system at specific dates 2,000 years in the past. A gift of attention so careful and so patiently maintained that it crosses 2 millennia to offer something useful to the science of our own time. And while those planetary lights continue their slow journeys above the city, let us allow our thoughts to settle now on something much smaller and much closer to the ground. Something that stood in the public squares and garden courtyards of the Roman world and performed the service of making the invisible movement of time visible through the simplest possible mechanism, the shadow. Before any gear turned inside any clock, before any pendulum found its rhythm inside any wooden case, the only instrument available to measure the passage of daytime hours was the shadow cast by an object in sunlight, and the Romans used this principle in sundials called solaria or horologium, placed in public forums and private gardens and courtyards throughout the empire. The operating principle is of a poetic simplicity. A rod or blade called the gnomon is fixed at a precise angle, and as the sun moves across the sky throughout the day, the gnomon's shadow sweeps across a marked surface below it, touching different marks at different hours. But there is a complication in the history of Roman sundials that makes the story considerably more interesting than a simple account of shadow and time would suggest. The hours that Roman sundials measured were not equal in the way that our hours are equal. The Romans divided the period of daylight into 12 equal parts and the period of darkness into 12 equal parts, regardless of how long or short those periods were at different times of year, which meant that a summer daylight hour was substantially longer than a winter daylight hour. And a sundial calibrated for one latitude would give incorrect readings at any other latitude because the angle at which the sun crosses the sky changes with geographic position. When the first public sundial was brought to Rome as a trophy of war from the conquered city of Catana in Sicily in 263 before the Common Era, it had been calibrated for the Sicilian latitude and therefore gave incorrect readings in Rome. And Roman sources report that the city used it as if it were correct for approximately a century before anyone took the trouble to have a properly calibrated instrument made for Rome's actual geographic position. And for the hours when the sun was absent, hidden behind clouds or sunk below the horizon in the darkness of night, the Romans relied on a different and more ancient technology of time measurement, one that used not light but water, not the casting of shadows but the patient draining of a carefully calibrated vessel. The clepsydra, whose Greek name means literally the water thief, was an instrument that measured time through the controlled flow of water from one vessel into another. A container with a precisely calibrated small hole at its base allowed water to escape at a consistent rate into a receiving vessel below, and as the water level rose in the receiving vessel, a graduated scale on its interior walls indicated how much time had passed. The Romans inherited this instrument from the Egyptians and the Greeks and improved it considerably over the versions they received. The fundamental limitation of the simple clepsydra was that the flow rate was not perfectly constant. When the upper vessel was full, the water pressure was higher and the flow faster. When it was nearly empty, the pressure fell and the flow slowed, making the time markings on the receiving vessel non-linear and harder to read accurately. Roman engineers solved this by introducing an intermediate reservoir that maintained a constant depth of water above the exit hole regardless of how full the main supply vessel was, creating a constant and reliable pressure head and therefore a constant and reliable flow rate throughout the instrument's operation. Vitruvius described elaborate versions of these instruments that incorporated mechanisms to move indicator needles across calibrated faces and to sound bells at regular intervals and to display the positions of the sun and moon through decorative moving spheres, and in the law courts of Rome the clepsydra served a specific democratic function. Each speaker was allocated a precisely measured quantity of water that defined the time available for their argument, ensuring that no advocate could dominate a proceeding simply through the endurance of their voice. And while the water continues its patient draining through the calibrated hole, measuring out the hours in the quiet darkness of the Roman night, let us allow our thoughts to drift now toward the sky itself, toward those dramatic and terrifying moments when the familiar lights of the sky suddenly failed and the world seemed to be ending. For most civilizations of the ancient world, a solar eclipse was an event of genuine terror. The slow darkening of the sun at midday, the appearance of stars in the afternoon sky, the chill that descended as the light failed, these experiences produced panic in populations with no means to predict or explain them. The Romans occupied an interesting position in relation to this terror because they had inherited through the Greek philosophical tradition a genuine understanding of the mechanics that produced eclipses, an understanding sufficiently precise that trained observers could calculate in advance when eclipses would occur. The Roman understanding was that a lunar eclipse results from the Earth passing between the Sun and the Moon, casting its own shadow across the lunar surface, and that the circular shape of that shadow at every stage of the eclipse was one of the most elegant available proofs that the Earth is spherical rather than flat. A flat disk could cast a circular shadow only when viewed from precisely the right angle, but a sphere always casts a circular shadow regardless of the viewing angle, and the Earth's shadow on the Moon was always and unmistakably circular. The Roman understanding of solar eclipses was equally correct mechanically, the Moon passing between Earth and Sun and briefly blocking the solar light for observers positioned in the path of the lunar shadow. The politician and philosopher Cicero, writing in the 1st century before the Common Era, stated as established fact that astronomers of his time could predict eclipses accurately, which implies that they had mastered the orbital cycle calculations necessary for this prediction. a level of mathematical astronomy that required sustained and systematic record-keeping across many decades and probably centuries of careful observation. There is a historical account of a Roman naval battle in which soldiers began to panic at the onset of a lunar eclipse until an officer who understood the mechanics of the phenomenon was able to calm the troops by explaining what they were seeing, using scientific knowledge as an instrument of military order in a moment when superstition threatened to disable the fighting capacity of an entire fleet. And while those ancient stars will slowly overhead in their predictable patterns, let us allow our attention to turn now to the maps that the Romans made of the sky, to the named groupings of stars that gave the heavens a geography as navigable as the geography of the earth below. The Romans inherited a celestial map that had been built up over thousands of years by Babylonian and Egyptian and Greek astronomers, a systematic arrangement of the visible stars into 48 named constellations that grouped individual stars into recognizable figures and gave each portion of the sky a name and a story. This map served purposes that were simultaneously navigational and calendrical and religious. The Ursa Minor with its tail-end star pointing always to the north was the most reliable navigational reference available to anyone traveling by night on land or sea, a fixed point around which the entire northern sky appeared to rotate as the hours passed and the earth turned beneath it, the star we now call Polaris. The Romans observed that different constellations rose above the eastern horizon at different times of year with a regularity so precise that the sky itself functioned as a kind of agricultural and navigational calendar written in light. The Pleiades rising in the evening sky announced the safe opening of the Mediterranean sailing season in spring. The brilliant appearance of Sirius the dog star on the eastern horizon before dawn in late summer signaled the approach of the hottest days of the year, days so associated with the constellation that their heat was attributed to the combined effect of the sun and the dog star together, giving us still today the phrase dog days of summer. This knowledge of the sky was simultaneously science and calendar and compass for the Roman world, a navigational system that required no instrument beyond a clear night and a trained eye, and that had been refined through so many centuries of careful attention that its practical reliability had been tested and proven on thousands of voyages across the Mediterranean and beyond. And if we allow our thoughts to drift now from the sky itself to the instruments that Roman astronomers built to model and teach it, we find an object of particular beauty waiting for us, an object that condensed the entire known structure of the cosmos into a system of interlocking metal rings small enough to hold in two hands. Imagine a globe assembled from rings rather than from a solid surface, each ring representing a different great circle of the celestial sphere, the celestial equator, the tropics, the ecliptic tracing the sun's apparent annual path through the constellations, the circles of the polar regions, all of them intersecting at geometrically precise angles, nested one within another, with the Earth represented by a small sphere at their common center. This object was the armillary sphere, and it served as the working model of the cosmos for Roman astronomers and their Greek predecessors, a physical tool for visualizing the celestial geometry that governed the movements of the sun and moon and planets as observed from the surface of the Earth. The geocentric model it embodied, with the Earth at the center of everything and all the celestial bodies orbiting around it, seems obviously wrong to us who know that the Earth orbits the Sun. But to any person standing on the ground without the benefit of spacecraft or modern physics, it was the most natural conclusion available. The Sun does appear to orbit the Earth, rising in the east and setting in the west every day. The stars do appear to rotate around a fixed celestial pole every night. Every sensory observation available to an ancient observer confirmed the geocentric model. An alternative had been proposed by the Greek astronomer Aristarchus of Samos centuries before, who argued that the Earth orbited the Sun and rotated on its own axis, but this heliocentric model was rejected partly because it contradicted direct sensory experience and partly because no instruments existed to measure the parallax that a moving Earth would cause in the apparent positions of nearby stars. The armillary sphere with the Earth at its center remained the standard cosmological model of the Roman world, built with great skill and used both as a teaching instrument and as an object of prestige displayed in the libraries of cultivated households. And alongside those armillary spheres in the libraries of Roman intellectuals, there rested another kind of knowledge about the sky, a knowledge less mathematical and less geometric but no less carefully and systematically observed, a knowledge preserved precisely because it carried religious and political significance that made its documentation an obligation rather than merely an intellectual pastime. The augurs were Roman priests whose professional function was to observe and interpret signs from the divine realm, and a significant portion of those signs came from the sky, the direction of the flight of birds, the incidence of lightning, the appearance of unusual celestial phenomena, comets, halos around the sun or moon, showers of shooting stars. These observations were recorded with a care and a consistency that produced, as an unintended byproduct of their religious purpose, genuinely useful astronomical data that modern historians of science have been able to analyze and interpret. The comets were among the most religiously and politically charged of all celestial events in the Roman world. Their appearance was interpreted as a portent of major events, and the political consequences of their timing meant that the records of when comets appeared and how long they were visible and in which direction they moved were preserved in official documents with a fidelity that purely scientific records rarely received in the ancient world. The comet that appeared shortly after the assassination of Julius Caesar in 44 before the Common Era was interpreted as the soul of the murdered dictator ascending to the heavens, and this interpretation contributed directly to his official deification and to the subsequent political legitimacy of his adopted son Octavian, who became Augustus. But the observational records of that comet, its date of first appearance and the duration of its visibility and the direction of its movement across the sky, are real astronomical data that modern researchers have used to attempt to reconstruct the comet's orbital parameters. The boundary between religion and science in the Roman world was permeable in both directions, and much of what we know about the sky as the Romans saw it was preserved precisely because it mattered to them for reasons that had nothing to do with astronomy. And while those comets complete their slow and fiery passages through the Roman sky, let us allow our awareness to settle one final time upon the question of time itself, of how the Romans organized the year around the great turning points of the solar cycle, and what those choices reveal about the depth of their attention to the astronomical realities that governed the world they lived in. The question of when a new year begins is less obvious than it appears, and the different answers that different cultures have given to it reveal something important about how each culture understood the relationship between human time and cosmic time. The Romans gave multiple answers to this question over their long history, and the transitions between those answers trace a story of calendrical reform driven by the growing sophistication of their astronomical understanding. The oldest Roman calendar began in March, the month when the agricultural year restarted after winter and when the military campaigning season traditionally opened. Later the political calendar shifted the year's beginning to the 1st of January, the day when new consuls assumed their office and the machinery of Roman governance reset itself for another year. This date was fixed in 153 before the Common Era, and it corresponded approximately to the winter solstice in the calendar then in use, the astronomical moment when the days stop shortening and begin their gradual return to length. The winter solstice carries a significance that any agricultural civilization dependent on sunlight for its crops understands immediately and viscerally. It is the point of astronomical turning, the moment when the sun stops retreating and begins its return, the guarantee that the warmth and light of summer will come again. The great Roman festival of the Saturnalia, celebrated in December around the solstice, was a period of generosity and social inversion, an intense communal celebration whose emotional intensity speaks to something primal in the human response to the darkest moment of the year, the relief and the joy at the turning of the light. A feeling that finds echoes in winter festivals around the world in every culture that has paid close enough attention to the sky to notice and to celebrate the moment when the long dark begins to yield. And as we drift now away from the calendar and the sky and the patient astronomical observations of the Roman world, let us descend back through the centuries to the workshops and the forges, to the places where the Romans transformed raw materials from the earth into the tools and structures and objects that made their civilization possible. There is a moment in the making of a Roman sword that contains the entire history of metallurgy in a single gesture. The moment when the blacksmith lifts the blade from the forge where it has been heating to the precise temperature indicated by the specific orange-red color of the glowing metal, and plunges it suddenly into a vessel of water or oil. The sound that results, that sharp explosive hiss of steam, is the sound of a molecular transformation happening in fractions of a second, a reorganization of the internal crystal structure of the iron and carbon alloy that we call steel taking place faster than any chemical process the Romans could observe or measure. The Romans had no vocabulary for martensite or austenite, no understanding of crystal lattices or carbon diffusion, but they knew with practical certainty what the quenching process produced: a blade harder than unquenched iron, more resistant to the deforming impact of blade against blade, capable of holding a sharp edge through extended use in a way that untreated iron could not approach. The process began in the furnace where iron ore was smelted with charcoal at temperatures high enough to allow carbon from the burning wood to diffuse gradually into the iron, creating the iron-carbon alloy that modern metallurgy calls steel. The art of the Roman blacksmith lay in managing the carbon content precisely. Too little and the metal was too soft, too much and it was too brittle, a balance maintained not through chemical analysis but through the accumulated sensory knowledge of how the metal looked and behaved at different stages of heating and working. The color of the glowing metal at each temperature, the way it responded to the hammer, the sound it made when struck, all of these were information to a skilled smith who had spent years developing the sensitivity to read them. After quenching, a second controlled heating called tempering reduced the extreme brittleness of the fully hardened steel in exchange for a modest reduction in hardness, a calibration of toughness versus hardness that the best smiths managed with a sensitivity that contemporary metallurgists describe as approaching the musical in its combination of knowledge and intuition. And while the forge cools and the newly tempered blade rests in the blacksmith's hands, let us allow our thoughts to travel back further in time still, to an earlier metal that served the Roman world before iron became dominant, a material that required human ingenuity to create because it does not exist in nature as a single substance but must be assembled from two different metals found in two different places. Bronze is an alloy, a deliberate combination of copper and tin mixed in precise proportions to produce a material harder and more durable than either of its components alone. And the story of how bronze shaped the Roman world and the world that preceded it is also the story of one of the earliest forces driving long-distance trade in human history. Because copper and tin rarely occur together in the same geographic region, and any civilization that wanted bronze in quantity needed to establish reliable supply chains across potentially considerable distances. The Romans used bronze for an enormous range of applications, for statues of emperors and deities that were meant to stand for centuries in public spaces, for coins that circulated across the entire empire as physical tokens of value, for surgical instruments whose precise shapes required a material that could hold fine detail through casting and then be further refined through tooling, for the decorative and structural fittings of architecture and furniture and weapons. The most technically demanding bronze objects the Romans produced were large hollow castings made using the lost wax process, a technique of extraordinary elegance in which the sculptor first created a detailed model in wax representing exactly the finished form desired, then invested this wax model in a carefully prepared clay, then heated the assembly until the wax melted and ran out through channels, leaving behind a perfect negative of the original model in the rigid clay, then poured molten bronze into the space where the wax had been, filling every detail of the mold with the fidelity of liquid metal conforming to a surface, then broke away the clay to reveal the bronze casting within. The equestrian statue of the Emperor Marcus Aurelius that still stands in Rome and is considered one of the supreme surviving works of ancient art was created by this process, the horse and rider cast in sections and joined with a precision that 2,000 years have not diminished. And while the bronze cools in its clay mold and takes on the permanent form that the sculptor imagined, let us allow our attention to turn now toward a different metal entirely, one whose story is darker and more troubling. A metal whose extraordinary usefulness to the Romans was matched by an equally extraordinary danger they could not perceive because its effects accumulated slowly over years and decades rather than announcing themselves immediately in ways that could not be missed. Lead is a metal that appears in the Roman world with a ubiquity that becomes more disturbing the more carefully you examine it. It was used for water pipes because it was malleable enough to be formed into tubes without welding equipment, for cooking vessels because it was cheap and durable, for hull sheathing on ships because it resisted marine organisms, for cosmetic preparations because white lead pigment produced the pale complexion that Roman aesthetics valued, and most troublingly for the food supply, as an unintentional ingredient in a widely consumed sweetener. A byproduct of wine and olive oil production called sapa, made by reducing the liquid residue of pressing in metal vessels, was routinely prepared in lead containers, and the reaction between the organic acids in the grape or olive liquid and the lead of the vessel produced lead acetate, a compound with a detectable sweetness that the Romans called sugar of Saturn and used deliberately as a food additive and wine preservative, entirely unaware that they were introducing a neurotoxic heavy metal into one of their most widely consumed foods. The evidence for the scale of Roman lead exposure is now preserved in ice cores drilled from the Greenland ice sheet, where layers corresponding to the height of the Roman Empire show a spike in atmospheric lead contamination from smelting operations that is not equaled again in the geological record until the Industrial Revolution of the 19th century. Lead is a cumulative neurotoxin, meaning that small repeated exposures accumulate in the body over time and produce progressive neurological damage affecting cognition and behavior and reproductive health, the effects appearing gradually and ambiguously rather than dramatically, making their cause almost impossible to identify in a pre-scientific world. Some modern historians have asked with genuine seriousness whether chronic lead exposure among the Roman elite who consumed the most sapa and the most wine preserved with lead-derived compounds may have contributed to the patterns of erratic and destructive behavior that characterize a number of late imperial rulers. And while we sit with the quiet sadness of that unintended poisoning, let us allow our thoughts to move now toward something lighter and more beautiful, toward a material that the Romans transformed through a single technical discovery from a luxury accessible only to the very wealthy into an everyday object available to almost everyone: glass. For thousands of years before the critical discovery that changed everything, glass was made by shaping molten material with solid tools, pressing it into molds, grinding and polishing it into simple forms, producing objects that were thick and heavy and expensive because the process was slow and labor-intensive and demanded skilled craftwork at every stage. Everything changed in the 1st century before the Common Era, when artisans in the region of present-day Syria and Lebanon discovered blowpipe forming, the technique of collecting a small gather of molten glass on the end of a long metal tube and expanding it by blowing through the other end while rotating and shaping the expanding bubble with simple tools. The transformation this technique produced was as complete as any revolution in materials processing history, a gather of glass that might previously have taken skilled hands an hour to shape into a thick and imperfect vessel could now be blown into a delicate translucent bubble in minutes. The walls could be made thin enough to be nearly transparent, the forms could be elegant and precisely controlled, and the speed of production meant that glass objects could be made at a fraction of their previous cost. The Romans adopted blowpipe forming with immediate enthusiasm and spread the technique throughout the empire, establishing glass workshops in Gaul and Germania and Britannia, producing bottles and flasks and cups and bowls and even window panes. Yes, window panes, flat glass set in window openings to admit light while excluding wind and rain. A refinement of domestic comfort that Roman villas enjoyed and that medieval Europe would lose and not recover for centuries after the collapse of the Western Empire. And while those glass windows catch the light and hold it trembling in their imperfect ancient surfaces, let us allow our thoughts to descend now beneath the surface of the earth itself, into the dark galleries of the Roman mines where some of the most ingenious engineering the ancient world ever produced was applied to the problem of extracting metal from rock. Extracting useful metals from the earth is fundamentally a war against geology, a sustained effort to overcome the resistance of rock to being divided and the resistance of water to being kept out of underground spaces where human beings need to work. The Romans waged this war at a scale that had no parallel in the ancient world and would not be matched again in the Western world for more than 1,000 years after the empire collapsed. Their mining operations spread across every province where useful minerals could be found: silver and copper in the mines of Spain, lead in Britain, iron ore throughout Gaul and the Rhineland, gold in Dacia in what is now Romania, and in each location they brought engineering solutions to the same fundamental problems that underground mining always presents. The most impressive of these solutions addressed drainage, the relentless accumulation of water in underground galleries that would make them unworkable within days if not continuously removed. In the copper mines of Rio Tinto in southern Spain, which were among the most extensively exploited mines of the ancient world, archaeologists excavating the ancient workings found a remarkable installation, a series of wooden wheels arranged in a cascade, each one approximately 4 meters in diameter, installed in a shaft and linked so that each wheel lifted water from the level below and deposited it into the channel feeding the wheel above, creating a mechanical chain that lifted water from the deepest workings to the surface through a series of sequential elevations, each wheel operated by workers who walked on its paddles as if on a treadmill. The Romans also employed a technique called hushing for surface or extraction, accumulating large reservoirs of water above a hillside or deposit and then releasing them suddenly in a violent flood that stripped away the covering soil and rock and exposed the mineral veins beneath. The scarred landscapes left by this process are still visible in parts of Spain and Wales today, 2,000 years after the last Roman miner left the hillside. And while the water drains from those ancient galleries and the ore-laden rock lies exposed to the light, let us allow our thoughts to turn now toward the most precious metal that the Roman economy depended upon, the metal that gave the currency its highest value and that required its own specialized chemistry to separate from the other substances with which nature had combined it. Gold has always occupied a special position in the hierarchy of human materials, and the Romans were not different from any other civilization in their awareness of its unique qualities, its permanence, its resistance to tarnish, its divisibility and its beauty. But for gold to serve as currency, it needed to be separated from the rock and sand and other metals with which it naturally occurred, and this separation required techniques that exploited the physical and chemical properties of gold with a sophistication that goes well beyond simple washing and picking. The simplest purification technique exploited gold's extraordinary density, approximately 19 times that of water and significantly greater than most of the rock and sand minerals it accompanies in placer deposits. When a mixture of gold-bearing sediment and water was agitated, the lighter materials were carried away by the current while the gold particles sank and concentrated at the bottom, a process that artisanal gold miners around the world still practice today using essentially the same physics. For more refined purification, the Romans used a process called cementation, wrapping gold of impure composition in mixtures of salt and sulfur compounds and other reactive materials and heating the package for extended periods in sealed vessels. The heat and the chemical reactions gradually drew out the silver and copper that typically accompany native gold, leaving a residue of greatly increased purity. The consistency of purity achieved in the best Roman gold coinage was sufficiently reliable that merchants throughout the Mediterranean accepted aurei, the gold coins of Rome, in international trade without testing each coin individually, trusting the guarantee of a minting standard maintained over many generations, which is itself a significant social and technological achievement. And while the gold cools in its molds and waits to be stamped with the face of an emperor, let us allow our attention to turn now toward a category of object so perfectly designed for its purpose and so abundantly produced that it became the universal container of the ancient world. An object whose presence in the archaeological record tells us more about the commercial geography of the Roman Empire than almost any other single type of artifact. The terra sigillata ceramics that fill the museum cases of Roman archaeology are perhaps the most visually distinctive products of Roman industry, their intense orange-red surface and their precisely repeated decorative reliefs creating an appearance so uniform and so polished that first-time museum visitors frequently mistake them for machine-made objects rather than handmade pottery. The uniformity was real, and it was achieved through a system of mass production based on standardized molds that represented one of the earliest examples of true serial manufacturing in Western history. The largest workshops, located first at Arezzo in northern Italy and later at La Grave-Senque in what is now southern France, produce ceramic vessels in quantities that archaeologists estimate in the tens of millions over their centuries of peak production. The decorative reliefs were created by specialist artisans who sculpted the desired patterns onto the interior surfaces of clay molds, into which production potters then pressed fresh clay to reproduce the decoration with identical fidelity across thousands of individual pieces. After drying, Each piece received a coating of extremely fine clay slip called ingobe suspended in water, which when fired in carefully controlled kilns developed through a specific chemical reaction between the iron in the clay and the oxygen available during firing, producing that characteristic bright red surface that identified terra sigillata to buyers across the entire ancient world. The distribution of terra sigillata in the archaeological record is one of the most eloquent witnesses available to the reach and sophistication of Roman commercial networks, pieces produced in workshops in southern France appearing in excavations from Scotland to Mesopotamia, each piece a small physical record of a commercial transaction that crossed thousands of kilometers and numerous cultural boundaries. And while those ancient ceramic vessels continue their quiet journey through the archaeological record toward us, let us return one final time to the Roman concrete, but from a new angle and with a new question, not asking simply how durable it was on land, but asking something more surprising still: what happened to it when it was poured directly into the sea? We began this journey with the remarkable durability of Roman concrete, but the story of what that concrete did specifically in seawater deserves its own moment of extended attention because it represents one of the most startling reversals of expected behavior in the entire history of materials science. Modern Portland cement concrete, when exposed to seawater, experiences a progressive and irreversible deterioration. The calcium silicate hydrate minerals that form its structure react with the sulfates and magnesium in seawater in ways that expand and crack the concrete from within, generating internal pressures that fracture the matrix and allow more seawater to penetrate, accelerating the damage in a self-reinforcing cycle that typically destroys harbor structures within decades. The Roman harbor concrete does the opposite. Its volcanic ash constituents, specifically the aluminosilicate minerals in the pozzolanic ash from the Pozzuoli region, react with the calcium and aluminum dissolved in seawater to form new crystalline minerals within the existing matrix, tobermorite and philipsite, that grow slowly through the pore spaces of the concrete over decades and centuries, filling voids, strengthening bonds, making the material progressively more coherent and more impermeable with the passage of time rather than less. Geologists and materials engineers who have analyzed samples from the harbor structures of Caesarea Maritima in Israel and from other Roman Mediterranean ports have found concrete that after 2,000 years of continuous immersion in seawater is in better structural condition than many concrete buildings constructed in the 20th century. This discovery has generated active research programs attempting to understand and replicate the Roman formulation for use in modern marine construction, motivated not only by the durability benefit but by the possibility of reducing the carbon footprint of cement production, because the Roman mix required significantly less energy-intensive lime and more volcanic ash than modern Portland cement, a potentially transformative efficiency available to any region with access to pozzolanic volcanic materials. And while those ancient harbor walls continue their slow chemical conversation with the Mediterranean, let us allow our thoughts to drift now toward the small discs of metal that circulated through every commercial transaction of the Roman world, the coins that carried the face of power in one hand and the promise of value in the other. A coin is simultaneously a material object and a social agreement, a piece of metal whose value is determined not by its weight alone but by the trust that users place in the guarantee of its composition, and the history of Roman coinage is therefore not only a history of metallurgy but a history of trust and its erosion. In the centuries of the Republic and the early Empire, the Roman monetary system maintained a consistency of metal content in its coinage that was itself a form of political statement, a declaration that the authority backing these coins was reliable and stable and would honor its promises across time and distance. The gold aureus and the silver denarius were produced to consistent standards of purity and weight that commercial users throughout the Mediterranean had learned to trust without testing each coin individually. The techniques of minting were sophisticated for their era. A carefully weighed blank of the appropriate metal alloy placed between two iron dies engraved in negative with the desired imagery, then struck with a hammer blow that transferred both images simultaneously to the two faces of the coin, the force of the blow flowing through the metal and pressing every detail of the die into the softening surface of the blank. The slow story of Roman monetary debasement that numismatic analysis reveals is one of the most precisely documented economic crises in ancient history, immeasurable coin by coin through chemical analysis, beginning in the 3rd century of the Common Era as the denarius began to incorporate progressively larger proportions of base copper at the expense of silver, falling from near purity to less than 5% silver content in some issues, a degradation that caused exactly the inflation and loss of commercial confidence that any modern economist would predict from such a systematic reduction in the metal value of a currency. And while those ancient coins pass from hand to hand across the markets of the empire, let us allow our thoughts to drift toward a substance that appeared in both the peaceful and the violent dimensions of Roman life with equal familiarity, a material extracted from volcanic deposits and used simultaneously to preserve wine and to incinerate enemies. Sulfur, bright yellow and pungent when burned, extracted from the volcanic deposits of Sicily and central Italy where the earth offered it freely at the surface, served the Romans in a range of applications that reveal something important about how ancient chemistry worked, which is that useful observations about the properties of materials were applied pragmatically wherever those properties were relevant without any theoretical framework requiring that peaceful and military uses be separated into different categories of knowledge. The winemakers use sulfur by burning small amounts inside emptied ceramic amphorae before refilling them, the sulfur dioxide produced by the burning creating an environment inside the vessel hostile to the yeasts and bacteria that would otherwise begin fermenting and ultimately spoiling the wine before it reached its destination. Modern winemakers use the same chemistry for the same purpose with greater precision of dosing. The military engineers use sulfur in incendiary weapons, mixing it with pitch and resins and combustible oils into projectile materials that could be hurled by catapult against wooden ships and fortification walls, and that burned with a persistence and an intensity that water alone could not extinguish. The dense choking smoke produced by burning sulfur had additional tactical value as a disorienting agent in enclosed spaces. The continuous Roman experimentation with different incendiary formulations and different delivery mechanisms for military purposes represents an early form of systematic weapons development that historians of military technology trace as a direct precursor to the incendiary warfare techniques that medieval European armies would later develop. And while the sulfur smoke dissipates in the ancient air, let us allow our thoughts to rise now above the physical materials of Roman civilization and settle into something more intimate and more psychological, into the experience of living inside Rome, of being a person in that city, of hearing it and smelling it and navigating its social landscape with a human consciousness not fundamentally different from our own. There is a letter written by the Stoic philosopher Seneca in the 1st century of the Common Era that could have been written yesterday by any resident of any large modern city. In it he describes with mounting irritation the sounds that invade his apartment while he is trying to read and think, the grunting and heavy breathing of men exercising in the gymnasium below, the smack and splash of swimmers in the pool, the shouts of the snack vendor and the sausage seller in the street outside, the hammering of the craftsmen in the workshops across the alley, the grinding and clattering of iron-wheeled carts on the stone pavement. Rome was by the standards of any age before the Industrial Revolution a genuinely loud city, and it was loud in ways that the Romans could mitigate only imperfectly because the economics and logistics of supplying a million-person city required deliveries to happen at night when wheeled vehicles were permitted to operate, meaning that the hours supposedly reserved for sleep were filled with the constant noise of iron on stone. Environmental psychology research conducted in the 20th and 21st centuries has measured and confirmed what Seneca was describing intuitively. Chronic exposure to elevated ambient noise raises circulating cortisol levels, the hormonal signature of physiological stress, increases resting blood pressure, disrupts the architecture of sleep even in people who believe they have adapted to the noise, and produces measurable impairments in cognitive performance and emotional regulation. The Romans who lived in the densely packed insulae of the city center were experiencing chronic sensory overload in ways they could feel but not explain, which may partly account for the remarkable cultural significance that quiet spaces held in Roman life, the therapeutic prestige of the baths, the social desirability of garden courtyards, the literary associations of the country villa with intellectual productivity and emotional recovery. And not far from those noisy streets and cramped apartments, in the great oval bowl of the Colosseum and in amphitheaters throughout the empire, a different and deliberately engineered form of sensory intensity was being created every few weeks for the entertainment of the urban population. The Colosseum of Rome could seat 50,000 people, an engineering achievement in itself. But what is more remarkable from the perspective of modern neuroscience is that it functioned as a precisely designed machine for producing specific emotional states in a very large crowd simultaneously. The spectacles performed within it, gladiatorial combat, the hunting and killing of exotic animals, the dramatized execution of condemned criminals, were carefully programmed sequences of tension and release designed to engage specific neural systems in every person watching, regardless of their education or social position. The amygdala, the ancient fear-processing structure deep in the brain, does not reliably distinguish between witnessing real danger and witnessing simulated danger. It responds to both with the same autonomic cascade: elevated heart rate, released adrenaline, heightened attentional focus, narrowed perceptual field. When the threatened gladiator survives, when the hunter kills the charging lion, when the danger resolves, the neurochemical relief is processed by reward circuits that produce a sensation the brain categorizes as pleasure. The sequence of threat and resolution, tension and release, repeated across the duration of a long afternoon of spectacles, created a cycle of emotional engagement that modern entertainment industries spend billions of dollars attempting to replicate in cinemas and sports arenas and on the screens of individual telephones. The emperors who provided these spectacles freely to the urban population were not simply being generous, they were maintaining a continuous program of mass emotional management that the poet Juvenal summarized in a phrase that has survived intact for 2,000 years: panem et circenses, bread and circuses, the two-part formula for keeping an urban population politically passive. And after those intense afternoons in the amphitheater, after the crowds dispersed through the arched exits called vomitoria, the Romans of means returned to a very different form of social engagement, one that took place reclining, eating slowly, talking at length, in the private dining rooms of city houses and country estates. The Roman dinner party, the convivium, whose name means literally a living together, was a social institution so carefully structured and so rich in cultural significance that sociologists and psychologists who study it today recognize in its ritual something that modern research confirms as genuinely beneficial to human well-being. The physical arrangement was distinctive. Participants reclined on padded couches arranged in a U-shape around a low central table, a posture that Roman medical opinion held was superior to sitting upright for long meals because it reduced abdominal pressure and facilitated digestion, and that required a deliberate slowing of eating because reclining humans cannot eat rapidly without discomfort. The meal proceeded through three distinct phases: the gustatio of appetizers and wine-mixed drinks that eased the transition from the activities of the day to the more leisurely pace of the evening, the cena proper of multiple courses of varied and often elaborate preparation that formed the centerpiece of the event, and the conversatio, the wine-drinking and conversation and entertainment phase that could extend for hours and that was considered the social heart of the entire occasion. During this final phase, music was played and poetry was recited and philosophical questions were discussed and personal news was exchanged in an atmosphere of relaxed and deliberate sociality. Contemporary research in social psychology has confirmed with measured precision what the Romans understood intuitively, that shared meals in structured social settings with unhurried time create stronger interpersonal bonds than almost any other social activity, increasing trust and the willingness to cooperate and producing measurable improvements in mood and sense of social belonging that persist for days after the event itself. And after the convivium, after the last wine was poured and the guests made their way home through the lamplight streets, the Romans sought another form of restoration that had its own dedicated architecture and its own carefully designed sequence of experiences, the public baths. The thermae contained within their architecture a detail that most modern descriptions of Roman bathing miss entirely. Within the bathing complexes there were spaces specifically designed for rest, areas of controlled warmth and ambient quiet where visitors could simply lie down and allow the heat and the silence to complete the work that the bathing sequence had begun. The baths were not merely washing facilities, they were environments engineered to induce physiological states of profound relaxation through a combination of thermal stimuli that modern exercise physiology and sleep medicine both recognize as genuinely effective. The moist heat of the caldarium causes peripheral vasodilation, the blood vessels near the skin's surface dilating to allow heat to escape, reducing core blood pressure and creating the sensation of heaviness and warmth that is the physiological prelude to deep sleep. The subsequent exposure to the cold water of the frigidarium triggers sharp vasoconstriction followed by a rebound vasodilation, the cardiovascular equivalent of the cold plunge therapy that modern athletes use for recovery, stimulating circulation and clearing metabolic waste products from muscle tissue. The ambient warmth and the scented oils of the tepidarium created conditions for rest that modern sleep medicine would describe as approaching ideal for the induction of an afternoon nap, the body warm and relaxed, the ambient temperature comfortable, the lighting subdued, the soundscape minimal. Many visitors to the bath simply fell asleep, and this was not considered a failure of the social occasion but a natural and welcome completion of the therapeutic purpose that the architects had designed the space to serve. Vitruvius, describing the correct construction of bathing facilities, specified that ceilings should be vaulted so that condensed steam would run down the walls rather than dripping from above onto resting bathers, a detail that captures the level of careful attention to the resting body that went into every aspect of the thermae's design. And while those resting bathers breathe slowly in the warm stillness of the tepidarium, let us allow our thoughts to drift toward the way memory itself was used and cultivated and trained in the Roman world, toward the techniques that the greatest Roman minds developed for holding vast quantities of information inside the architecture of imagined space. The Romans lived in a culture that placed extraordinary value on the capacity for memory, in a world without printing and without the easy retrieval of stored text that we take entirely for granted. The ability to hold large amounts of organized information inside one's own mind was not a party trick or a competitive sport but a practical necessity for anyone who aspired to a significant role in public life. The great orators who shaped Roman political and legal history needed to deliver speeches of considerable length and complexity without any visible written support, holding in their minds not only the content of their argument but the evidence and the examples and the emotional appeals and the rhetorical structures that gave each argument its persuasive force. To accomplish this, they developed and systematized a technique of memory organization called the method of Loci or the palace of memory, which consists of associating each element of information that needs to be remembered with a specific location in a familiar architectural space, imagining a route through a well-known building and placing each item of the speech at a specific point along that route: a doorway, a column, a particular piece of furniture, a distinctive ornament. When the time came to recall the speech, the orator simply walked mentally through the imagined building, and each location encountered along the route delivered the associated information with a reliability and an ease that straightforward verbal memorization of the same material could not approach. Cognitive neuroscience has now confirmed the mechanism that the Romans exploited intuitively. The human brain contains a dedicated system for spatial memory that evolved over millions of years to allow our ancestors to navigate complex environments and remember where resources were located. This system creates memory traces of unusual durability and accessibility, and associating arbitrary information with locations within a known spatial layout effectively borrows the power of this ancient spatial memory to hold material that the brain would not naturally prioritize for retention. The champions of modern memory competitions, who memorize decks of cards and lists of thousands of numbers for competitive sport, use exactly the method that Cicero described and practiced 2,000 years ago. And while those memory palaces extend their imagined corridors through the Roman mind, let us allow our attention to turn now toward the experience of childhood in the Roman world, toward the small humans who played in those same streets and courtyards and who were understood by Roman thinkers to be moving through a developmental process that followed recognizable stages. Children in Rome occupied a recognized social category distinct from adults, bounded at one end by birth and at the other by the markers of adult life that Roman culture defined in various ways depending on gender and social position. The word the Romans used for the earliest phase of childhood was infantia, the period before language, and even their vocabulary acknowledged that the child moving through infancy was something different from an adult in miniature, undergoing a developmental process rather than simply existing in a smaller version of the finished form. The physician and philosopher Galen described infant development with an observational precision that genuinely surprises modern developmental psychologists encountering it for the first time, noting that infants learn to coordinate their limbs progressively, that they track faces with particular attention before other visual stimuli, that they begin acquiring language through imitation of the sounds they hear around them, and that they appear to pass through recognizable stages of cognitive and motor development in a sequence that does not vary, observations that anticipate by 17 centuries the developmental stage theories of modern child psychology. The toys found in excavations of Roman sites reveal a continuity with modern childhood that is genuinely touching across the distance of 2,000 years. Articulated terracotta dolls with jointed arms and legs that could be posed, wooden horses on wheels, spinning tops, leather balls, board games played with knucklebones or pottery pieces, small figures of animals and people, the same kinds of objects that children have used to explore and understand the world in every culture. That has left sufficient archaeological evidence for us to examine. The Roman classroom was called the ludus, it's a word that means simultaneously school and play, a linguistic pairing that modern educators pursuing child-centered learning would recognize as revealing something important about how the Romans understood the relationship between play and learning, even if their actual classroom practice was considerably more disciplined than the word might suggest. And while those Roman children grow slowly into the adults who will wear the complex and symbolically encoded clothing of Roman civic life, let us allow our attention to turn toward that clothing itself, toward the toga and its companions and the extraordinary amount of information that Roman garments communicated without a word being spoken. The toga is the most immediately recognizable item of Roman dress for any modern observer, but the reality of Roman clothing was considerably more complex and socially stratified than this single famous garment suggests. The toga was a privilege and a burden simultaneously, reserved for male Roman citizens as a marker of civic status, required at certain formal public occasions as a demonstration of that status, but also large and heavy and warm and genuinely restrictive of movement in ways that made it impractical for any work that required physical activity. Most Romans wore it only when social obligation required it and preferred more practical garments for the hours of actual daily activity. The colors and details of Roman clothing functioned as a visual language readable by any trained observer, communicating hierarchical position and civic role and political aspiration with a precision and specificity that no modern dress code approaches. The toga candida worn by candidates seeking public office was brilliantly whitened with chalk that made its wearer visually conspicuous in any crowd, a walking advertisement of political ambition encoded in the brightness of the fabric, from which we derive directly the word candidate. The toga with a broad purple stripe was reserved for senators, the toga with a narrow stripe for the equestrian class below them, the toga entirely of purple dyed with the extraordinarily expensive pigment extracted from sea mollusks was the exclusive mark of imperial authority, a color so costly to produce that wearing it without imperial permission was treated as a form of treason. Social psychologists who study the relationship between clothing and perception describe this phenomenon as vestimentary cognition, the way garments shape both how others perceive us and how we perceive ourselves, and the Roman system of sartorial communication represents one of the most fully developed examples of this phenomenon in recorded history. And while those carefully layered garments communicate their silent messages through the streets of Rome, let us allow our thoughts to travel now to a city that was frozen in a single violent moment and preserved in that frozen state for nearly 2,000 years, a city whose walls still carry the unguarded and unfiltered voices of ordinary Roman people speaking to each other across the centuries. When the volcano Vesuvius erupted in 79 of the Common Era and buried the city of Pompeii beneath meters of volcanic ash and pumice, it accomplished something that no deliberate act of preservation could have achieved. It stopped time at a single point and held it there, preserving not only the grand public buildings and the wealthy private houses that survive everywhere, but also something much more fragile and much more revealing: the words that ordinary people had written on ordinary walls for ordinary reasons of daily life. More than 11,000 graffiti have been documented and catalogued from the walls of Pompeii, and they constitute the most intimate and least filtered record of Roman minds that the ancient world has left us. There are declarations of love written with the urgency and the grammatical imprecision of genuine feeling, political endorsements for candidates in local elections, advertisements for gladiatorial shows with the names of the fighters and the dates of the events, announcements of apartments available for rent with descriptions of their features, insults directed at specific named individuals, results of dice games with the scores recorded, philosophical observations of varying sophistication and sincerity, jokes at the expense of recognizable types, and domestic complaints whose emotional content is entirely familiar to any person who has ever shared a wall with a neighbor. A graffito records simply that the writer had eaten well, another warns that a specific person is a thief, a third contains a declaration of love that could have been written in any city in any century. The psychology of graffiti as a form of expression has been analyzed extensively in recent decades in relation to the anonymity of internet posting and social media, and the same impulse that drives people to express themselves on walls that belong to everyone and no one in particular, the desire for voice without consequence, the need to mark one's presence, the impulse to communicate something that the official channels of expression cannot accommodate, is as visible in the scratched walls of Pompeii as it is in any comment section of the modern digital world. And alongside those unguarded wall writings, in the daily life of a society that was simultaneously among the most rational and the most superstitious in the ancient world, there existed an elaborate and carefully maintained system of ritual and belief that functioned as a technology for managing the anxiety that uncertainty inevitably produces in any conscious being. The Romans were a people who built aqueducts and calculated the slope necessary to move water across 30 kilometers of uneven terrain without instruments, and who simultaneously wore metal amulets against the evil eye and refused to begin important ventures on days that the calendar designated as unlucky. And this combination that can seem contradictory to modern sensibilities dissolves when you understand what modern psychology tells us about the function that superstitious beliefs serve. In a world where disease appeared without visible cause and harvests could be destroyed by weather that arrived without warning and battles were decided by factors beyond any individual's control, the practice of ritual and the wearing of protective objects and the observation of auspicious and inauspicious signs served as a psychological technology for managing the anxiety that genuine uncertainty creates in any mind capable of imagining future outcomes. The bully that Roman children wore around their necks, the metal or leather capsules containing protective substances, the offerings made at roadside shrines before long journeys, the consultation of augurs before major decisions, all of these practices shared a common effect regardless of their actual supernatural efficacy. They created the experience of having done something in the face of uncertainty, of having taken a precautionary action that might help, and this experience reduced anticipatory anxiety and improved the behavioral performance that followed. researchers studying placebo effects and pre-competition rituals among modern athletes have measured exactly this phenomenon. The belief in the efficacy of a ritual produces psychological benefits that translate into better performance in conditions of pressure, independently of whether the ritual has any mechanistic connection to the outcome. The Romans were not irrational in their superstitions, they were human, which is to say they were doing what human minds do when they confront genuine uncertainty with genuine stakes. And finally, before we rest, let us consider the Roman idea that held within itself something that our own culture has largely lost and that perhaps we are only now beginning to find our way back toward: the idea that doing nothing purposefully is not a failure of activity but a necessary complement to it. The Latin word otium does not translate cleanly into any modern language, and this difficulty of translation is itself a kind of evidence, pointing to a difference in values so fundamental that the concept requires explanation rather than simple equivalence. Otium meant something in the neighborhood of leisure or rest or contemplative withdrawal, but without the slight moral embarrassment that any of these English words carries in a culture that measures human worth primarily through productive output. For educated Romans of the Republican and Imperial periods, otium was not the opposite of work but its necessary companion, the condition in which the experiences accumulated during periods of activity could be absorbed and integrated and understood, the time during which reading and philosophical conversation and quiet observation of the natural world allowed the mind to discover what it actually thought about things that the noise and pressure of public life had not allowed it to process. Cicero and Seneca and Pliny the Younger all wrote with genuine enthusiasm about their periods of otium at their country estates, not as vacations from the real business of life but as the intervals in which the deeper work of intellectual development happened. Seneca argued explicitly that a life without otium was a life without depth, that the unexamined experience of active engagement produced neither wisdom nor genuine satisfaction. Cognitive neuroscience has now confirmed the biological mechanism that Seneca was describing from the outside. During periods of mental rest, the brain activates a network of regions that researchers call the default mode network, which processes recent experiences, consolidates memories, generates creative insights by connecting previously unrelated ideas, and produces the sense of meaning and narrative coherence that distinguishes a life understood from a life merely lived. The Romans did not know about default mode networks, but they had otium, and perhaps they knew more than they could say about what it was for. And as we move now from the philosophy of rest toward the philosophy of justice, from the interior world of the Roman mind toward the external structures that organized Roman society, let us follow the long and surprisingly direct line that connects the stone tablets of ancient Rome to the legal systems under which most of the world's population lives today. There is a moment in the history of human civilization when law ceased to be a private possession of those powerful enough to interpret it as they wished and became something that could be pointed to, read by any literate person, contested on the basis of what words actually said rather than what an authority claimed they meant. This moment arrived in Rome around the year 450 before the Common Era, when a commission of 10 magistrates called the Decemvirs was tasked with writing down the laws that until then had existed only in the oral memory of the priests and aristocrats who recited them as occasion required. The result was the 12 tables, 12 bronze or wooden plaques displayed in the Roman Forum, where any citizen could approach and read what the law actually said. The content of the 12 tables is by modern standards disturbing in many of its provisions: the right of a father to sell children as slaves, the legitimacy of killing a newborn judged defective, punishments that feel disproportionate to any modern sensibility. But the act of writing law down and displaying it in a public place was revolutionary, independent of its content, because it created for the first time the possibility of argument based on text rather than authority, of contestation based on what words meant rather than what a powerful person claimed they meant. When a norm exists only in the memory of those who benefit from its current interpretation, it will be shaped continuously by that interest, invisibly and deniably. When the same norm exists as written text, it becomes a fixed object in the world that can be examined by anyone and argued about on the basis of shared access to the same words. And this shift from oral to written law was one of the foundational moves in the long development of the rule of law as a political ideal. And building upon those written foundations over the following centuries, Roman jurists developed concepts of legal reasoning and procedural justice so carefully worked out and so useful that they are still the active infrastructure of legal systems in most of the world. Among the many concepts that Roman jurisprudence bequeathed to Western legal tradition, there is one whose importance is so fundamental that its absence makes any legal system almost unrecognizable to anyone raised within the tradition it created: the presumption of innocence. The jurist Ulpiano, writing in the 2nd and 3rd centuries of the Common Era, formulated in compact Latin the principle that still forms the foundation of criminal procedure in the Western legal tradition, that it is better for a guilty person to escape punishment than for an innocent person to be condemned. This principle implied a specific allocation of the burden of proof. The obligation to demonstrate guilt rested on the accuser rather than on the accused, and the accused was entitled to be treated as innocent until the prosecution had discharged that burden to the satisfaction of an impartial body. In the criminal courts of the late Republic and early Empire, this principle was given institutional form through jury trials in which both prosecution and defense presented their cases and evidence and witnesses before a panel of citizens who delivered a verdict. The great orator Cicero achieved his most celebrated legal victories as a defense advocate working within this adversarial framework, using the tools of rhetoric and evidence and cross-examination to contest prosecution cases in ways that established templates for the conduct of legal argument that Western legal education still teaches and practices. The adversarial trial system, the presumption of innocence, the burden of proof, the right to mount a defense, these are Roman legal inventions that shape every courtroom in the English-speaking world and throughout the civil law tradition of continental Europe and Latin America and much of the rest of the world. And the language in which those legal principles were formulated, the Latin that Cicero and Ulpiano and all the other great Roman thinkers used to express their ideas, left behind it when the empire dissolved not silence but a family of daughter languages that are still spoken by nearly 1 billion people. There is a peculiar and delightful linguistic experience available to any Portuguese speaker who finds themselves in Italy or Spain or France without formal knowledge of those languages, the experience of understanding fragments of conversations in languages never studied, recognizing words and patterns that feel familiar despite belonging to a tongue never formally learned. This experience is the living residue of a process that took centuries to complete and that never announced itself, the gradual transformation of spoken Latin into the family of languages we now call Romance. The Latin that generated French and Spanish and Portuguese and Italian and Romanian and a dozen smaller related languages was not the carefully polished literary Latin of Virgil and Cicero, it was the vulgar Latin, the everyday spoken language of the soldiers and merchants and slaves and farmers who carried the empire on their backs and who spoke a living and changing tongue full of regional variations and borrowed words and grammatical shortcuts that their educated contemporaries might have deplored as slovenly but that no force could prevent from evolving. As the empire fragmented and the communications that had kept regional varieties in contact with each other weakened, those regional varieties diverged, each accumulating its own phonological changes and grammatical simplifications and vocabulary borrowings from the Germanic and Celtic and Slavic and Arabic languages that surrounded and eventually replaced Roman political authority, until the dialects of 6th century France and 7th century Spain were already considerably more different from each other than their ancestors had been in the 2nd century when the empire was at its height. The linguists who study the family tree of the Romance languages estimate that Portuguese and Spanish and French and Italian and Romanian share between 60 and 80% of their fundamental vocabulary with Latin, making them not merely related languages but recognizably the children of a single parent, still carrying in their grammar and their most basic words the structural memories of a language that has been officially dead for over 1,000 years. And built upon that Latin foundation, in the schools and the law courts and the public assemblies where the Roman world conducted its most consequential business, there developed a systematic theory of communication that analyzed the mechanisms of persuasion with a precision that the communication sciences of our own era are still exploring and confirming. The Romans cultivated rhetoric, the art of effective speech, with an intensity and a systematicity that had no parallel in any other civilization of the ancient world. For the Romans, rhetoric was not an optional enhancement of communication ability, it was the fundamental technology of public life, the skill that determined whether a citizen could exercise political influence, prevail in legal contests, command the respect of peers and subordinates, and contribute to the deliberations that shaped collective decisions. A Roman man who could not speak well in public was effectively excluded from the central activities of Roman civic culture regardless of his other qualities or his social connections. The most comprehensive surviving treatment of rhetoric in any ancient language is Quintilian's Institutio Oratoria, 12 dense books that describe the complete formation of an orator from early childhood through the peak of mature practice. Quintilian describes with a precision that behavioral scientists have since confirmed through controlled research, the importance of sustained eye contact with an audience for establishing credibility and monitoring comprehension, the use of strategic pauses to allow important ideas to resonate before moving forward, the modulation of vocal pace and volume to maintain attention and signal emotional register, the construction of arguments so that their conclusions feel inevitable before they are explicitly stated, the use of specific narrative examples and sensory images to make abstract claims feel concrete and emotionally accessible. All of these techniques work for the same reasons now that they worked for Cicero, because the architecture of the human brain that processes communication has not changed in 2000 years. And what Roman rhetoric teachers had learned through practical experience about how to engage that architecture, modern neuroscience is confirming through imaging and measurement. And the alphabet in which those rhetorical masterpieces were composed, the 23 letters that could represent every sound in the Latin language and that you are using at this very moment to read these words, is itself one of the most consequential inventions in the history of human communication. The writing system that the Romans used and that became the foundation of most modern Western alphabets arrived in Rome through a chain of transmission stretching back to one of the most transformative inventions in human history, the Phoenician consonantal alphabet developed along the coast of the present-day Lebanon around the 12th century before the Common Era. The Romans adapted their alphabet from the Etruscan version of the Greek Western alphabet, which had itself been adapted from the Phoenician original, arriving at a system of 23 characters each representing a single basic sound of the Latin language, with J and U and W added later for sounds Latin did not distinguish from I and V and the consonant doublings they represented. What makes any phonetic alphabet transformative compared to the syllabic or logographic writing systems it replaced is a single property that completely changes the cognitive cost of literacy, the economy of symbols. Egyptian hieroglyphics required memorizing hundreds of different signs. Sumerian cuneiform required thousands, both systems so complex that mastery was practically restricted to professional scribes who spent years in training. The Phoenician alphabet required learning 22 symbols, the Roman alphabet required 23, a number small enough that a child of ordinary ability could master it in weeks rather than years. This reduction in the cognitive cost of acquiring literacy was what made mass literacy, the literacy of merchants and craftsmen and farmers and the anonymous individuals who scratched their thoughts onto the walls of Pompeii, not just possible but practically inevitable in any society that used the Roman alphabet and had any reason to write. And building upon that foundation of written law, those concepts of legal principle and procedural justice, the Romans eventually assembled the largest and most systematic compilation of legal knowledge the ancient world ever produced, a monument of intellectual organization that shaped the legal systems of a vast portion of humanity for over a millennium and continues to shape them today. In the year 533 of the Common Era, more than 50 years after the conventional end of the Western Roman Empire, the Emperor Justinian, ruling from Constantinople over what remained of the Eastern Empire, completed a project of staggering intellectual ambition: the compilation and systematic organization of centuries of accumulated Roman legal knowledge into a single coherent body of text known as the Corpus Juris Civilis, the body of civil law. The project involved a commission of 16 expert jurists working for 3 years to read and select and organize and harmonize texts drawn from hundreds of years of legal development, extracting from the writings of the great classical jurists of the 2nd and 3rd centuries the principles and rules and arguments that had proven their value through application, and refining them into a systematic presentation that could be taught and learned and applied by practitioners who had not lived through the centuries of development that had produced them. The digest, the central and most remarkable section of the corpus, was a 50-volume anthology of the most important juristic writings organized by subject matter and cross-reference so that the relevant legal reasoning for any situation could be found by a trained reader. When the Corpus Juris Civilis was rediscovered in Western Europe in the 11th century through the law school at Bologna, it triggered an intellectual revolution in how law was taught and practiced, transforming legal education from an apprenticeship in local custom into a university discipline based on systematic texts and general principles applied by reason to specific cases. This model of legal thinking, finding the applicable general principle and applying it by careful reasoning to the facts of the particular case before you, is the intellectual spine of civil law systems throughout continental Europe. Latin America, the Arab world, much of Africa and Asia, and in modified forms the common law systems that derived from the English tradition as well. And as we move now from the libraries of law toward the harbors where the ships wait, let us allow our thoughts to drift outward to the sea itself, to the extraordinary engineering of Roman vessels and to the commercial world they made possible. There is something deeply and permanently human in the image of a ship, a structure built by intelligence to challenge an element that would naturally reject us, carrying people and goods across distances that the land cannot connect, and the Roman world produced ships of a variety and a sophistication that matched the extraordinary demands of an empire touching 3 continents. The cargo vessels that carried the economic lifeblood of the empire were built to specifications that balanced the competing demands of capacity and seaworthiness with a practical wisdom refined over generations of commercial experience. The honoraria, the broad-beamed cargo carriers that moved grain and wine and oil and marble and metals across the Mediterranean, had hulls of a characteristic round-bottomed form that distributed the enormous weight of their cargoes across the water in a way that gave them a stability in following seas that more elegant narrow hulls could not approach. Their construction used a technique called shell-first building, in which the planks of the outer hull were assembled first into the finished shape of the vessel, each plank edge joined to the next by carefully fitted wooden tenon and mortise joints, before the internal frames and ribs were installed to reinforce the completed shell from within. This approach required the builder to hold the entire 3-dimensional form of the finished hull in mind before beginning work, because the shape emerged from the planking rather than being defined first by a skeleton, and it produced hulls of remarkable strength and hydrodynamic efficiency whose forms naval architects examining shipwreck remains have found to be genuinely sophisticated expressions of functional design. When underwater archaeologists began systematically studying the Roman shipwrecks preserved in the relatively cold and low-oxygen depths of the Mediterranean, they opened a window onto the commercial world of the empire that no text could have provided: physical evidence of the scale and the organization of ancient trade in forms as concrete and specific as the names stamped onto the clay of wine amphorae before firing. And through those harbors and along those trade routes, the Roman world maintained connections that made it in the fullest sense a global economy by the standards of the ancient world. The Mediterranean under Roman control was an integrated economic space of a sophistication and a scale that the Western world would not approach again until the 19th century, and the implications of that integration extended far beyond the shores of the sea itself. A merchant in Rome at the height of the empire could purchase pepper from the coast of India, silk produced somewhere in the interior of China, amber collected on the shores of the Baltic Sea, ivory transported from the interior of Africa, cotton cloth woven in Egypt, glass blown in Syria. All of these available simultaneously in the markets of a single city because the commercial networks that Rome had created extended through dozens of cultures and thousands of kilometers to connect the resources of 3 continents with the purchasing power of the empire's urban population. The Roman road network and the Mediterranean sea lanes together created a transportation infrastructure whose efficiency determined the commercial geography of the ancient world. Moving goods overland was expensive in proportion to weight and distance, while moving the same goods by sea cost a tiny fraction of the overland price, a difference so large that it shaped entirely where cities grew and which products were traded over what distances. The archaeologists who study ceramic distribution patterns, tracking where specific types of amphora produced in specific workshops appear in excavations across the Mediterranean basin, have been able to reconstruct with remarkable precision the commercial networks of the Roman world, revealing a system of commercial interdependence whose complexity and geographic reach genuinely deserves to be called a form of globalization. And across those seas and through those ports, the Roman sailors who kept the commercial arteries of the empire flowing developed a practical mastery of Mediterranean conditions that was one of the most complex bodies of empirical knowledge the ancient world accumulated. Navigating the Mediterranean without instruments is a skill that requires the integration of multiple streams of continuously updated information: the position and angle of the sun during daylight hours, the identity and position of stars during clear nights, the direction and character of the wind at each location and season, the color and temperature and smell of the water, the behavior of seabirds, the presence of particular species of marine life, the appearance and movement of clouds, all of these providing data to a skilled observer who had learned over years of experience what each signal meant and how to weight it against conflicting information from other sources. The sailors who operated in the Roman Mediterranean were mostly not Romans at all but Greeks and Phoenicians and Egyptians and Syrians with navigational traditions extending back centuries before the Roman Empire existed, and they brought to the Roman commercial system a practical knowledge of the sea that no Roman engineering could substitute for. The seasonal wind patterns of the Mediterranean, with their reliable northerly summer winds that pushed vessels south and east and their dangerous and unpredictable winter storms, were encoded in a nautical calendar that dictated the rhythms of commercial activity throughout the sailing season. The period from mid-November to early March was called mare clausum, the closed sea, and the risks of winter navigation were severe enough that the Romans imposed formal prohibitions on grain ships traveling during this period because the potential loss of an entire cargo was too economically catastrophic to justify the savings in time. And at the mouth of the river that connected the sea to the city, in the bustling and complex port installations that served as the economic gateway of Rome, the full logistical sophistication of Roman commercial organization became most visible. The port complex at the mouth of the Tiber, Ostia, and the later imperial harbor of Portus, built by the Emperor Claudius and expanded by Trajan, was the busiest commercial facility in the ancient Western world, processing the imports that fed and equipped and enriched a city of 1 million people who produced relatively little of what they consumed. The physical remains of Portus excavated by archaeologists reveal a facility of extraordinary scale and organizational complexity. Artificial harbor basins cut directly into the travertine limestone and capable of sheltering hundreds of vessels simultaneously. Warehouses of monumental proportions arranged around the harbor perimeter with their interiors organized for the systematic storage and retrieval of different categories of goods, a canal connecting the harbor directly to the Tiber, providing a sheltered inland route for the river barges that moved cargo the final 25 kilometers to the city's own warehouses, a lighthouse whose fire guided vessels into the harbor entrance after dark. The administrative machinery required to operate this facility, the harbor masters and the weighers and the customs officials and the grain inspectors and the stevedores and the barge operators and the warehouse managers, represented a specialized labor force of thousands organized in a bureaucratic hierarchy that modern port logistics managers would recognize as solving the same coordination problems that large port facilities still present. And the ships that sank in those same waters, wrecked against rocks or overwhelmed by sudden storms or simply lost to the thousand accidents of maritime life, have become in their resting places some of the most valuable archives of ancient commercial history that archaeology possesses. The floor of the Mediterranean is an imperfectly sampled but extraordinary library, each Roman shipwreck a frozen moment of ancient commerce preserved in the cold and relatively low oxygen conditions of the deeper water with an integrity that land sites rarely achieve. The cargo amphoras that fill the holds of well-preserved wrecks are documents in ceramic, each one carrying in the mark stamped or painted on its exterior before firing the name of the producer and the weight of the empty vessel and sometimes the name of the contents and the date of production, information that allows archaeologists to trace the journey of individual cargo lots from their origin to the point where the sea ended their transit. A single wreck can reveal that a ship left a specific port in Spain carrying wine from a specific region, called at a Sardinian port where it took on water and provisions, and was heading for Ostia when weather or navigation error sent it to the bottom off the coast of Provence, a narrative of commercial movement specific enough to feel almost personal across 2,000 years. The patterns that emerge from studying many wrecks together, the routes they were traveling, the cargoes they carried, the seasons when they sank, create a statistical portrait of ancient maritime commerce whose detail and reliability could not be extracted from any text source. And not all of the threats to commerce on those ancient seas came from storms and rocks. Some came from human intent, from the organized predation that Roman sources describe as one of the most serious disruptions to the commercial and military life of the Mediterranean in the century before the Common Era. The paradox at the center of Roman naval history is one of the more entertaining contradictions that antiquity offers us. The people who created the largest Mediterranean empire in the ancient world were not originally a seafaring people at all. Their founding myth spoke of shepherds and farmers and warriors on land, and their early history showed no particular interest in or aptitude for the sea. And yet when circumstances demanded naval power, they developed it with a speed and a systematic efficiency that repeatedly surprised adversaries with longer maritime traditions. In the 1st century before the Common Era, Mediterranean piracy had grown to a scale that was genuinely threatening the stability of Roman trade and supply. Pirate fleets based on the coast of Cilicia in what is now southern Turkey were interdicting merchant shipping throughout the eastern Mediterranean, raiding coastal cities for plunder and captives, and had reached the point of attacking the port of Ostia itself within 30 kilometers of Rome. The young Julius Caesar was famously captured by Cilician pirates on a voyage and held for ransom, reportedly spending his captivity dictating the terms of his own ransom and promising his captors that when he was free he would return and crucify them, a promise he reportedly kept with complete literalness after raising a fleet and hunting them down. The systematic solution to the piracy problem came under the General Pompey, who was granted extraordinary authority to conduct operations throughout the entire Mediterranean simultaneously, and who in a campaign of approximately 47 days combined naval interdiction with coordinated land operations to clear the sea of organized piracy so completely that the problem did not recur at a significant scale for several generations, a campaign that modern military historians study as one of the earliest examples of a coordinated joint naval and land operation on a truly strategic scale. And in the great lighthouse that stood at the entrance to the harbor of Alexandria, welcoming ships from across the Mediterranean with its fire visible for tens of kilometers across the open water, we find a symbol of something the Romans understood well: that light projected into darkness is a form of power. The Pharos of Alexandria, though built before Rome absorbed Egypt into its empire, became part of the Roman Mediterranean world and remained one of its most iconic structures throughout the centuries of Roman dominance. Standing somewhere between 100 and 130 meters tall, making it one of the tallest structures built in the ancient world and one of the 7 wonders that ancient writers enumerated, It combined civil engineering at the limits of what the technology of its time could achieve with an optical system of considerable sophistication. A fire maintained continuously at the summit was focused and amplified by a system of curved bronze reflectors into a directed beam that could be seen by sailors many kilometers out to sea. The physics of this arrangement is the same physics that governs every lighthouse built since, every automobile headlamp, every flashlight. A curved reflective surface behind a light source intercepts rays that would otherwise disperse uselessly in all directions and redirects them into a concentrated parallel beam that carries the light's energy much further in a single direction than the unassisted source could project it. What made the Pharos remarkable was not the physics, which is simple, but the scale at which the Romans and their Ptolemaic predecessors executed it, maintaining a fire large enough to project a useful signal across tens of kilometers of open water, building a structure tall enough to project that signal above the horizon for the greatest possible distance, and sustaining the whole system continuously for centuries through the organizational and logistical machinery that only a large and well-administered empire could provide. And moving from the great harbor amphora that carried the Mediterranean's commerce to the smaller ceramic vessel that served as its universal container, let us allow our attention to rest for a moment on an object so perfectly adapted to its purpose that 2,000 years of improvement have produced nothing that does what it does better for the use case it was designed for. If you were required to choose a single object from the entire material culture of the Roman world that most completely and most efficiently summarized the commercial and logistical achievement of the empire, that object would almost certainly be the amphora. The amphora's pointed base, which looks to modern eyes like a design flaw requiring special stands to prevent the vessel from tipping, is in fact one of the most elegant solutions in the history of packaging. When thrust into the sand or sawdust in the hold of a ship or the floor of a warehouse, the pointed base sank to a stable depth and the vessel stood upright without any additional support, requiring no space for racks or brackets and allowing the maximum density of storage with the minimum of material and structure. The amphora's standardized shape also allowed stacking in layers with the pointed base of each upper vessel nested between the necks of two lower ones, creating a self-stabilizing stacked arrangement that used the weight of each vessel to stabilize its neighbors, packing more cargo into a given volume with less wasted space than any arrangement of flat-bottomed containers could achieve. The mildly porous walls of the fired clay allowed a minimal gas exchange that helped maintain stable conditions for wine and oil without allowing significant evaporation. The marks that potters stamped or painted onto amphoras before and after firing created a labeling system that allowed commercial transactions to be tracked and verified across hundreds of kilometers and multiple intermediary handlers, a supply chain documentation system that modern logistics professionals would recognize as solving the same problems that electronic tracking systems address today. And beyond the familiar shores of the Mediterranean, beyond the sea lanes the Romans mapped and the ports they built and the winds they learned to read, there existed a trade route whose existence most modern people would find surprising and whose commercial reality has been confirmed by archaeology on two continents. A text written in Greek in the 1st century of the Common Era describes in practical detail for the benefit of merchants and ship captains the navigation from the Red Sea ports of Egypt to the coast of India, the ports of call along the way, the goods available at each stop, the seasonal winds that made the crossing possible and the seasonal winds that would bring a vessel home again. This document, the Periplus of the Erythraean Sea, reveals that direct Roman trade with India was not an exotic rarity but a regular commercial operation organized around the monsoon wind system that made transoceanic sailing in the Indian Ocean predictable and reliable. Ships left the Egyptian Red Sea port of Berenice in summer when the southwest monsoon pushed them reliably toward India in voyages of 2 to 3 months, and returned in winter when the wind reversed and blew from the northeast, carrying them back toward the Red Sea and home. The goods that moved along this route between Rome and India tell their own story about the economic relationship between the two civilizations. From India came pepper, so valuable that Roman writers complained about the drain of gold it caused, and cinnamon and cardamom and fine cotton cloth and precious stones and ivory. In the other direction went gold and silver coin and wine and glass and coral and Mediterranean manufactured goods. The archaeological confirmation of this trade came from excavations at the Indian port site of Arikamedu near present-day Pondicherry, where Roman pottery and glass were found in quantities that confirmed a permanent Roman commercial presence rather than occasional contact. Physical objects that crossed the Indian Ocean 2,000 years ago and were buried in Indian soil where modern archaeology found them. And back on the shores of the Mediterranean, in the landscape that Roman expansion was permanently and profoundly transforming, a story was unfolding that the Romans could observe in fragments but not fully comprehend. The story of what happens to a forested landscape when an empire-building civilization decides it needs wood. Building a Roman warship required hundreds of large trees of specific species and qualities: oak for structural frames, pine for planking, cypress for certain structural elements, each species chosen for specific mechanical properties that made it suited to its role in the vessel's structure. A fleet of 300 warships, not an unusual mobilization for a major Roman naval campaign, consumed the equivalent of entire forests, and that consumption was only one component of the Roman economy's appetite for wood. The insulae of Rome required timber for their upper floors, the aqueducts required timber for the formwork used in constructing their concrete arches, the mines required timber for pit props and pumping machinery, the metalworks and ceramics kilns and glass workshops required charcoal fuel produced from timber in quantities that sustained a continuous demand. And every public bath in every city of the empire required firewood to heat its hypocaustum systems every day without interruption through the heating season. Roman writers including Columella and Pliny the Elder described with concern the growing scarcity of quality timber and the rising costs that scarcity was producing, and the geographic record shows that Rome progressively needed to seek timber from more and more distant sources as the forests nearest to centers of consumption were exhausted, from Lebanon for the cedars that had made Phoenician shipbuilding famous, from the Atlas Mountains of North Africa, from the forests of the Alpine Foothills. The atmospheric record in Greenland ice cores confirms the scale of the Roman timber economy in a different form. The spike in charcoal particles that the ice cores show coinciding with the peak centuries of Roman industrial activity is a direct measurement of how much wood was being burned to sustain the furnaces and kilns and bathing establishments of the ancient world. And the consequences of that wood consumption did not end with the trees themselves. They extended into the soil and the water and the very shape of the landscape in ways that the Romans could see happening but could not fully trace to their cause. The Mediterranean landscape as we know it today, those characteristic hillsides of low scrub vegetation and exposed limestone rock that seem so ancient and so natural to anyone who has seen them, is not natural at all. It is a wounded landscape, a terrain permanently altered by the removal of forest cover that took place over centuries of Roman and pre-Roman exploitation. Before the forests came down, the hills were clothed in dense woodland of oak and pine and beech whose root systems held the soil and whose canopy intercepted rain and released it slowly into the ground rather than allowing it to run off immediately across bare surfaces. When those trees were removed and the roots that had anchored the soil to the slope died and decomposed, the winter rains that had previously been absorbed gradually began to move across the unprotected surface with increasing speed and force, carrying topsoil from the hillsides into the valleys and from the valleys into the rivers and from the rivers into the sea, a one-way migration of fertility that cannot be reversed on any human timescale. The rivers of the region began to behave differently without the forest regulation of their catchments, flooding more violently in wet winters and running lower in dry summers, carrying more sediment, filling the river deltas with the eroded material of distant hillsides. The Tiber that flows through Rome was notorious throughout the imperial period for its catastrophic floods, and the frequency and severity of those floods almost certainly increased over the centuries as the deforestation of its upstream catchment advanced. The Romans could see the floods and suffer their consequences, but without the concept of a watershed and without any understanding of the hydrological role of forest cover, they could not trace the connection between the axes they had swung on distant hillsides and the waters that inundated their streets generations later. And not only were the forests disappearing, in the arenas and amphitheaters that entertained the Roman population, another kind of ecological destruction was proceeding simultaneously, more visible, more deliberate, and ultimately more permanent in some of its consequences. The venations, the animal hunts that were a standard part of Roman public spectacles, required a constant supply of large exotic animals from every accessible region of the empire and beyond, and satisfying that supply requirement demanded an organizational infrastructure of hunters and trappers and handlers and transporters that operated continuously across North Africa and the Middle East and Sub-Saharan Africa and even into Asia. Lions and leopards and bears and elephants and hippos and rhinoceroses and giraffes and crocodiles and ostriches and dozens of other species were captured alive and transported over vast distances in purpose-built wooden crates to die in front of audiences who had come to see them killed. The scale of this consumption over the 4 centuries when the arena games were at their height was genuinely catastrophic for the wildlife populations of the regions being harvested. The Emperor Augustus recorded having killed more than 3,500 African animals in games during his reign. The Emperor Trajan's games following his conquest of Dacia lasted 123 days and involved the killing of 11,000 animals. When these figures are multiplied across the centuries of consistent annual spectacle provision in Rome and in every other major city of the empire that had its own amphitheater and its own games program, the cumulative toll on wild animal populations in accessible regions becomes enormous. The lion of North Africa, a subspecies adapted to the Mediterranean climate of the Maghreb, disappeared entirely from the region, surviving only in captivity in zoos and circuses. The hippopotamus disappeared from the Nile Delta and from all of North Africa north of the Sahara. The North African elephant, a smaller forest-dwelling species that the Carthaginians had used in warfare, was hunted to complete extinction. And high above those diminishing animal populations, in the atmosphere itself, another record of Roman industrial activity was being written in layers of ice that would wait 2,000 years to be read. In modern climatology laboratories, scientists drill long cylinders of ice from the ice sheets of Greenland and Antarctica, extracting from those cylinders a physical record of the Earth's atmosphere extending back hundreds of thousands of years. Each layer of ice preserves the chemical composition of the air when it was trapped, including trace amounts of metals and pollutants deposited by atmospheric processes at the time of deposition. When these records are analyzed for the period corresponding to the height of the Roman Empire, from approximately the 2nd century before the Common Era to the 2nd century of the Common Era, they show a clear and unmistakable spike in atmospheric concentrations of lead and copper and other metals characteristic of smelting and metallurgical processing. The Roman mining and smelting operations that produced the metals for the empire's tools and weapons and coins and pipes and ornaments burned ores in open furnaces that released metal-bearing particles into the atmosphere, where they were carried by wind patterns across the northern hemisphere and eventually deposited on the surfaces of polar ice. The magnitude of this Roman pollution signal in the ice cores is remarkable. It represents levels of atmospheric metal contamination that are not matched or exceeded in the geological record until the Industrial Revolution of the 19th century, more than 1700 years after Rome's peak production. The ice cores also record a sharp and clear drop in these metal concentrations, coinciding precisely with the crisis of the 3rd century and the fragmentation of the empire, and a partial recovery in the Byzantine period as Eastern industry continued, a complete economic history of the ancient Mediterranean written involuntarily in the ice of the Arctic. And while those ice cores preserve their chemical testimony from an empire that ended long ago, let us return once more to the living city and to the paradox that sat at the center of Roman water management, the civilization that brought more fresh water into an urban center than any before it was simultaneously poisoning its population through the very pipes and vessels through which that water flowed. The Romans built the greatest water supply system the ancient world had ever seen and then distributed that water through pipes made of the one material most likely to contaminate it. Lead piping was used throughout the Roman internal water distribution system because lead combined uniquely useful properties. It was malleable enough to be formed into pipe shapes without complicated joining technology. It was durable in underground conditions that rapidly corroded iron, and it was available in sufficient quantities from the empire's mining operations to meet the enormous demand. What the Romans could not know, what remained invisible without the analytical chemistry of the 19th century, was that water sitting in contact with lead pipes dissolves small amounts of lead through a slow chemical reaction, and that lead dissolved in drinking water consumed over years and decades accumulates in the body and produces neurological damage at concentrations well below those that cause any immediately recognizable symptoms. The water supply contamination problem was compounded by the distribution of food and beverages in lead-lined containers and the deliberate use of lead-derived sweeteners in wine and food, creating multiple pathways of chronic low-level exposure that collectively may have produced measurable effects on cognitive function and behavior across the Roman population. The physicians who wrote about Roman health complained frequently of conditions that modern medicine recognizes as consistent with lead exposure: the colicky abdominal pains, the joint problems, the cognitive and behavioral changes in chronically exposed individuals. But without the ability to trace these symptoms to their cause, they interpreted them through the theoretical framework of humorism that Roman medicine had inherited from the Greeks. And in the fields beyond the city, in the landscapes that Rome had been farming intensively for centuries, another slow and invisible crisis was accumulating in the soil itself. The Columella, who wrote so perceptively about crop rotation and soil amendment in the 1st century of the Common Era, expressed a concern about agricultural productivity that was not merely theoretical. He was observing in real farms and real harvests the early stages of a process of soil exhaustion that would worsen significantly over the following centuries as the empire aged and the intensity of cultivation increased. Centuries of cereal monoculture without adequate manuring, combined with the erosion of topsoil from deforested hillsides and the failure to invest adequate resources in soil restoration on the large slave-worked estates where economic incentives favored extraction over sustainability, had degraded the productive capacity of significant areas of agricultural land in ways that were measurable in yield reductions and in the increasing inputs required to achieve the same outputs. Columella himself argued that the land was not genuinely aging, that the decline in productivity was a consequence of human mismanagement rather than any intrinsic exhaustion of natural capacity, and that the correct application of rest and rotation and organic amendment could restore depleted soils to productivity. He was right about this in principle, but the institutional conditions of large-scale Roman agriculture, where slaves who had no personal stake in the long-term productivity of the land they worked were supervised by managers who answered to absent landlords more interested in current income than future capacity, made the sustained application of sound agricultural practice extremely difficult to maintain. The pollen preserved in lake sediments and bog deposits of the Roman period across the Mediterranean region tells the story of this agricultural transformation at a landscape scale, the progressive replacement of forest species by agricultural weeds and grassland indicators tracking the expansion of cultivation, and in some regions during the late Empire the reverse process. The return of fallow and scrubland as exhausted and abandoned agricultural land reverted toward its pre-cultivation state. And while those exhausted fields rest in their slow recovery, let us allow our thoughts to turn now toward the animals that shared the Roman world and toward the sophisticated if untheorized understanding of animal biology that Roman farmers and horse breeders and animal keepers developed through generations of practical observation. The Roman agricultural writers devoted considerable portions of their comprehensive treatises to the management of domesticated animals, and the guidance they provided reveals a practical understanding of animal physiology and behavior that went significantly beyond what most modern people imagine when they think of ancient husbandry. Varro, describing the management of sheep flocks, wrote with precision about reproductive cycles, about the selection of breeding animals based on the characteristics most desired in offspring, about the importance of matching the nutritional condition of ewes to the demands of pregnancy and lactation, about the signs of health and disease in individual animals and at the flock level. The practice of deliberately selecting breeding animals based on their expressed traits, choosing rams with the heaviest fleece and most robust conformation to serve as sires, and declining to breed from animals showing undesirable characteristics, is what modern genetics calls artificial selection, the same process that Charles Darwin used as his primary analogy for explaining natural selection. The Romans did not understand inheritance at the molecular level. They had no concept of genes or chromosomes or the mechanisms by which traits pass from parent to offspring, but they understood functionally and reliably that the characteristics of parents appeared in predictable ways in their offspring, and they applied this understanding systematically to improve their livestock over generations. The horses used by Rome for racing and cavalry were managed with a care that modern equine veterinarians would recognize as broadly correct in its principles, progressive conditioning programs that built fitness without overtraining, nutritional regimens adjusted to the demands of work and competition, attention to signs of lameness or illness before they became serious, environmental management to minimize stress in stabled animals. And in those same landscapes where Roman farmers managed their crops and their herds, moving quietly through the seasons, there were moments when the accumulated good fortune of the empire cracked open and pestilence entered on a scale that overwhelmed everything the most capable Roman physicians could bring to bear. The great epidemics that periodically devastated the Roman world were not random misfortunes, they were predictable consequences of the specific ecological and demographic conditions that Roman civilization had created. A city of 1 million people living in close physical proximity, connected by the most extensive road and maritime network in the ancient world to populations on 3 continents, in regular contact with wild and domestic animals from every accessible ecological zone. represented an environment of precisely the kind that modern epidemiology identifies as maximally vulnerable to the emergence and rapid spread of novel infectious diseases. The Antonine Plague that swept through the empire between approximately 165 and 180 of the Common Era is now believed by most medical historians to have been smallpox, a virus that had been present in the populations of the Near East and Egypt long enough to have produced partial immunity in those populations, but that was entirely novel to the populations of the Western Mediterranean and Northern Europe, who had never encountered it before. Roman soldiers returning from campaigns in Mesopotamia brought it back to a fully susceptible population, and the disease moved through that population with the devastating efficiency of a pathogen meeting no immune resistance. The physician Galen who treated patients during this epidemic left clinical descriptions of the symptoms whose detail is sufficient for modern epidemiologists to identify the disease retrospectively with reasonable confidence: fever followed by a characteristic skin eruption progressing to pustules, diarrhea, inflammation of the throat. The full syndrome of smallpox recognized across many subsequent centuries of its terrible history. And in those same waters that carried the merchants and the soldiers and the grain, moving below the surface in their great seasonal migrations, the fish of the ancient Mediterranean were also encountering the consequences of Roman civilization's appetites. The fishermen who worked the Roman Mediterranean described a sea of extraordinary biological richness, tuna schools so dense and so close to the surface that observers compared them to a living floor that could almost be walked upon, beds of oysters and mussels covering the rocky coastlines in layers multiple shells thick, runs of eels ascending rivers in such numbers that the water seemed to move with them. But this richness was being systematically drawn down by fishing pressure that the Roman demand for fresh fish and for garum created at a scale unlike anything the Mediterranean had experienced before. The techniques available to Roman fishermen, seine nets of considerable size pulled by boats working together, fixed traps built of stone and wood along predictable migratory routes, long lines with hundreds of baited hooks, weirs across river mouths, and the chemically assisted harvest of enclosed waters using plant-derived fish poisons, were collectively capable of removing fish from local populations faster than those populations could reproduce. Sediment cores drilled from Mediterranean sea floor deposits preserve bones and scales and other biological material from the fish that lived in those waters across time, and the patterns visible in these records show declining proportions of the larger and slower maturing species that are most vulnerable to fishing pressure, coinciding with the periods of most intensive Roman commercial fishing activity. The Mediterranean bluefin tuna, now critically endangered and the subject of international management agreements, was so abundantly present in Roman coastal waters that it was a staple rather than a luxury, and the sturgeon that produced caviar and was served at fine Roman tables disappeared entirely from Mediterranean waters during the post-Roman period and never fully returned. And while the fish populations decline in the ancient waters, let us allow our attention to turn now toward the spaces in the Roman world where the relationship with nature was most deliberately and most carefully cultivated, the gardens. Roman gardens represented a philosophy of nature as much as a practice of horticulture, an expression of beliefs about the proper relationship between human intelligence and the natural world that valued ordered beauty and productive arrangement over either raw wilderness or purely utilitarian cultivation. The haughty of wealthy Romans were designed landscapes of considerable sophistication that brought together plants from across the empire and arranged them according to aesthetic principles that the gardeners of Renaissance Europe would later rediscover and recognize as classical. The practical techniques that Roman gardeners employed were genuinely sophisticated from a botanical perspective. Grafting, the joining of a cutting or bud from one plant to the rootstock of another to combine the desirable characteristics of both, was practiced with skill and described with precision in the agricultural texts, allowing the Romans to create fruit trees that bore on the same rootstock the fruits of species that would not survive alone in the local climate. Topiary, the deliberate shaping of shrubs and trees through systematic pruning into geometric and figurative forms, was a Roman invention that has persisted in garden design traditions from the Renaissance to the present. The irrigation systems installed to maintain formal garden terraces in locations where natural rainfall was insufficient drew water from the same aqueduct networks that supplied the cities, and in some documented cases featured drip distribution systems that delivered water directly to the root zones of individual plants without wetting the surrounding surface. A technique that modern precision irrigation independently developed as one of the most water-efficient methods available. And finally, before we gather together everything we have explored on this long and winding journey through the Roman world, let us pause to acknowledge something that the Romans themselves recognized with varying degrees of clarity and discomfort, that the civilization they had built was transforming the natural world in ways that were not entirely or always beneficial. It would be historically misleading to project modern environmentalism onto the Romans. The concept that human beings bear collective responsibility for the preservation of planetary ecological systems is an intellectual development of the 20th century inseparable from scientific understanding of ecology and climate that simply did not exist before it. But it would be equally misleading to suggest that thoughtful Romans were unaware of or indifferent to the environmental transformations their civilization was producing. Pliny the Elder, who compiled an encyclopedic natural history in the 1st century of the Common Era, wrote with genuine admiration for the diversity and complexity of the natural world and expressed real discomfort at what he perceived as its progressive impoverishment by human exploitation. He described with indignation the hunting of species to increasing rarity, the cutting of forests that had stood for centuries, what he characterized as an arrogance of human ambition in relation to natural limits that he found both troubling and historically unprecedented. The philosopher Seneca, who wrote with such vivid irritation about the noise of Rome, also wrote about what the air of the city did to the human body, describing the weight and discoloration of the sky over the city and the physical relief of leaving that atmosphere for the cleaner air of the countryside with a clarity that any modern resident of a heavily polluted city would recognize as accurate. These voices of concern were minority voices in a civilization whose dominant energies were directed toward expansion and exploitation rather than preservation, and they had no institutional mechanisms for translating concern into policy. But they existed, and their existence is itself significant. It reminds us that the tension between human use and natural limits is not a discovery of the modern age but a persistent feature of the human condition that thoughtful people in every era of sufficient complexity have noticed, and felt, and at least sometimes tried to articulate. And now, as we gather the threads of this long journey together, let us allow our thoughts to move through the final passages of Roman knowledge that wait for us, the numbers and measures and counting systems that made everything else possible. The numerals that most of the world still uses for formal enumeration, on clock faces and in film credits and on the facades of public buildings, are the direct descendants of a counting system whose origins the Romans themselves traced back to the simplest possible human gesture of recording, the single vertical stroke cut into wood or bone to mark one thing, one animal, one day, one unit of anything that needed counting. The I that represents 1 in the Roman system is that original stroke. The V that represents 5 is the shape of the spread hand seen from the front, 5 fingers forming a V between thumb and forefinger. The X that represents 10 is 2 V shapes joined at their points, representing 2 hands, 10 fingers. The higher symbols, L for 50 and C for 100 and D for 500 and M for 1000, are adaptations of older symbols that the Romans gradually absorbed into their alphabetic notation. The elegant principle that makes the system more compact than a purely additive notation would be is the subtractive convention. When a symbol of lower value appears to the left of a symbol of higher value, it is subtracted rather than added. So 4 is 5 minus 1 equals 4, and 9 is 10 minus 1 equals 9, and XL is 50 minus 10 equals 40. A device that avoids sequences like II and VII and XXXX that would be cumbersome to read and error-prone to calculate with. The practical limitation of the Roman numeral system was that it did not support written arithmetic operations easily. Adding and subtracting and multiplying Roman numerals by manipulating the symbols on paper or wax is considerably more cumbersome than the same operations performed with positional decimal notation, which is why the Romans reserved their numeral system primarily for recording results and used the abacus for the actual calculation. And beside those engraved numerals, on the table of every Roman merchant and in the hands of every Roman tax collector and in the counting houses of every Roman banker, there rested a device so perfectly engineered for its purpose that no fundamental improvement on its design was possible: the abacus. The Roman abacus was a compact metal plate, bronze for the prosperous, bone or wood for the more modest, with a series of grooves cut into its surface in which small beads or counters could slide freely. Each groove represented a different order of magnitude, units in the rightmost groove, tens in the next, hundreds beyond that, and so on. In each groove there were 2 sections separated by a bar, the lower section containing 4 beads each worth 1 unit of that groove's denomination, the upper section containing one bead worth 5 units. To represent any number between 0 and 9 in any given column, a calculator combined the appropriate beads from lower and upper sections, moving them toward the central dividing bar to indicate that they were being counted. The positional logic of this system, where the value of each bead depended entirely on which groove it occupied rather than on any intrinsic property of the bead itself, is precisely the same positional logic that underlies the decimal system we use today, where the value of the digit 7 depends entirely on whether it appears in the units place or the tens place or the hundreds place. The abacus was so fundamental to Roman commercial and administrative life that small pocket-sized versions in precious metals have been found in excavations from one end of the empire to the other, from the military bases of northern Britain to the commercial centers of Asia Minor, each one a personal computational tool carried by someone whose daily work required reliable and rapid arithmetic that the written numeral system alone could not efficiently support. And to measure the things they were counting, the Romans created a system of physical standards maintained across the entire extent of the empire with a consistency that was itself one of the most impressive administrative achievements of ancient government. The fundamental Roman unit of length was the pes, the foot, measuring approximately 29.5 centimeters, a unit whose definition was maintained not as an abstract agreement but as a physical reality, bronze reference bars of precisely that length kept in temples and public buildings in every major city of the empire, against which measuring tools used in commerce and construction could be compared and certified. The system of length measurement built upward from this base unit in multiples that served practical needs, the palmus of 4 fingers for fine work, the cubitus of 24 fingers for larger architectural dimensions, the pes itself as the fundamental construction unit, the gradus of 2.5 feet for casual distance measurement, the passus of 5 feet, the double pace of an adult walking stride, and the mil passuum of 1,000 double paces, approximately 1,480 meters, the Roman mile from which our own word directly descends. Each of these units had a precise relationship to the others and to the base unit of the pes, and the availability of certified physical standards against which measurements could be verified created the kind of metrological consistency that complex engineering projects requiring coordination between components manufactured at different locations absolutely depend upon. The bridge whose stone piers were cut in one quarry to fit arches whose dimensions were calculated in another workshop miles away required that the pes used in the quarry and the pes used in the workshop be the same pes, and the Roman system of physical standards distributed throughout the empire made this coordination possible. And beyond the measurement of length, the Roman world required equally precise standards for measuring the volumes of the liquids and grains and other commodities that moved through its commercial networks in quantities large enough that even small systematic errors in measurement would represent significant financial consequences. The sextarius is approximately half a modern liter, was the central volume unit of the Roman commercial world, small enough to be used for precise measurement of expensive liquids like fine wine and concentrated garum, and large enough to be the practical basis for larger commercial quantities. The system of volume measurement organized itself upward from the sextarius in rationally related multiples, the conjugate of 6 sextarii used for moderate quantities of liquid, the modulus of 16 sextarii, the standard grain measure for individual transaction, the amphora of 48 sextarii, the large-scale measure whose capacity determined the standard size of the ceramic containers that carried wine and oil across the Mediterranean. The enforcement of these standards was a public administrative responsibility in every Roman city. Bronze reference vessels of precisely certified capacity kept in public buildings served as the official measures against which merchants' vessels could be checked, and the magistrates responsible for market regulation had authority to fine merchants found using containers that did not meet the standard. An early form of consumer protection law motivated by the very practical understanding that without enforceable measurement standards commercial trust is impossible and markets cannot function efficiently. And within those measured and counted quantities, within the mathematics of fractions and proportions that Roman commerce and architecture and engineering all required, there was a system of fractional notation that made the Romans more mathematically capable in their everyday operations than the ungainly appearance of their numeral system might suggest. The Romans counted fractions in twelfths, a choice that seems arbitrary until you consider what 12 offers that 10 does not. The number 10 can be divided evenly into only 4 parts, by 1 and 2 and 5 and 10. The number 12 can be divided evenly into 6 parts, by 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 6 and 12. This richer divisibility makes fractions that arise naturally in commerce and construction, 1/3 and 1/4 and 1/6, expressible as whole numbers of twelfths without any need for the decimal approximations that a base 10 fraction system requires. 1/3 of 12 is 4, 1/4 is 3, 1/6 is 2. All exact and clean, while 1/3 of 10 is 3.3 repeating, 1/4 is 2.5, 1/6 is 1.6 repeating, fractions that require either irrational decimal notation or elaborate vulgar fraction manipulation to express with precision. The Roman fractional unit was called the uncia, the 12th part of any unit, and 12 unciae made one as the whole unit. This word has survived intact through 2,000 years into modern English and Portuguese and numerous other languages, as ounce in English, as onca in Portuguese, naming both a unit of weight and a large spotted cat, and its derivative inch names the 12th part of the foot in the imperial measurement system still used in the United States. A living fossil of Roman mathematics embedded in the daily measurements of a country that did not exist when the system was invented. And to keep track of all the financial transactions in which those measured quantities were bought and sold and taxed and audited, the Romans developed accounting practices whose fundamental logic anticipated by more than 1,000 years the double-entry bookkeeping that later historians attributed to medieval Italian merchants. The Codex Accepti et Expensi, the book of receipts and expenditures that Roman law required for significant financial transactions, organized financial records in exactly the two-column format that the double-entry bookkeeping developed in medieval Venice would later formalize as a universal accounting standard. Every transaction entered in both the credit column and the debit column of the appropriate accounts, allowing the overall financial position to be calculated at any moment by summing both columns and comparing the totals. The Argentarii, the banking professionals of the Roman world, maintained these records for their clients with a legal formality that made them admissible as evidence in commercial disputes before the courts. The banking services they provided went beyond simple deposit and withdrawal. Roman banks offered letter of credit services that allowed merchants to deposit funds with a banker in Rome and collect the equivalent amount, less a fee, from a correspondent banker in Alexandria or Carthage or Corinth without physically transporting the coinage, an ancient equivalent of the commercial banking instruments that would not be formally reinvented in Europe until the medieval period. The fiscal apparatus of the empire itself, the system for assessing and collecting taxes from a population of 50 to 70 million people distributed across 30 provinces on 3 continents, represented an exercise in applied statistics and data management whose scale and complexity has few parallels in the ancient world. And embedded in the proportions of the buildings that Roman architects designed using those measured standards, there was a mathematical relationship whose history stretches from ancient Greece through Rome and into the most enduring structures of the modern world. The golden ratio, approximately 1.618 to 1, is the proportion between two lengths such that the ratio of the whole to the larger part equals the ratio of the larger part to the smaller part, a self-referential relationship that appears with remarkable frequency in the growth patterns of natural organisms and that the human visual system appears to find more harmonious than other proportions without being able to articulate why. Roman architects inherited from the Greek tradition a systematic application of this proportion to the design of buildings and the spacing of their elements, and the surviving structures of the Roman world display it with a consistency that architectural historians have analyzed in detail. The Pantheon with its interior dimensions organized around the perfect sphere that would fit precisely inside, the column proportions of Roman temples with their calculated relationships between diameter and height and intercolumniation, the facade compositions of Roman public buildings with their layered divisions and subdivisions, all reveal the application of proportional thinking whose specific numbers approach the golden ratio from different directions and with different degrees of precision. Neuroscientific research into aesthetic preference has suggested a possible biological basis for the human preference for these proportions. The visual system that evolved to extract information from natural environments may respond differently to ratios that appear frequently in biological growth patterns, where the golden ratio emerges naturally from simple mathematical recursion, than to ratios that do not appear in nature. If this hypothesis is correct, then Roman architecture that followed the proportional traditions inherited from Greece was unconsciously aligning itself with patterns that the human brain was biologically prepared to recognize and appreciate. and to count those buildings and assess the populations that inhabited them and calculate the military and fiscal obligations that each community owed. The Roman state conducted at regular intervals one of the most ambitious data-gathering exercises in the ancient world. The word census comes directly from the Latin censi, meaning to estimate or evaluate, and the Romans who gave us the word also invented the practice it describes, the systematic periodic count of an entire population with detailed recording of the characteristics relevant to the state's needs. The Roman census was in theory conducted every 5 years by 2 magistrates called censors, senior figures of the highest political standing who spent their term in office managing this monumental administrative task. Every Roman citizen was required to appear personally before the censors or to submit a declaration through a representative stating their full name and their father's name and their tribal affiliation and their age, and a complete inventory of their assets including land and buildings and slaves and animals and cash and valuables. The information collected was aggregated into the records that determined each citizen's classification for military service and fiscal obligation, which properties of land were subject to which taxes, how many men of military age were available in each region, and what equipment they could afford to supply from their own resources. The mathematical work required to process thousands of individual declarations into the aggregate totals that informed political and military planning was enormous, accomplished without calculators or computers or any of the information management tools that modern census operations depend upon, by trained staff applying arithmetic and organizational methods that the Romans had developed through generations of practice into reliable if labor-intensive procedures for making large populations administratively legible to the state that governed them. And at last we arrive at the final thread in this vast tapestry of Roman knowledge and Roman achievement, the summary observation that makes sense of everything we have traveled through on this long and winding journey. The Romans were not great mathematicians in the theoretical sense. They produced no Euclid systematizing the foundations of geometry, no Archimedes discovering the principles of hydrostatics and the mathematics of curved surfaces, no Diophantus exploring the algebra of whole numbers. Their contribution to the history of mathematics was of a different and in many ways equally significant kind. It was the contribution of transmission and application and standardization, of taking the theoretical achievements of Greek mathematical science and translating them into practical tools that could be taught to engineers and surveyors and accountants and administrators in sufficient numbers to sustain the operations of a civilization of 50 million people, of creating measurement systems precise and consistent enough to allow coordinated large-scale construction across an empire spanning 3 continents, of developing accounting and record-keeping practices adequate to the administrative demands of governing the most complex political organization the ancient world had created. And they left behind them a mathematical vocabulary in Latin, the terms for fraction and proportion and quantity and number and calculation, that still structures the language in which mathematics is taught and practiced in dozens of countries. The word calculation itself comes from calculus, the Latin for small stone, the kind of pebble that was moved across the grooves of the abacus to represent numbers in computation, so that every time a student today performs a calculation, every time a mathematician uses calculus to describe the behavior of curves and rates of change, they are using a word that carries within it the memory of a Roman clerk moving small stones in a metal groove, solving a problem of commerce or construction or tax assessment with the tools available, with the intelligence developed, and with the patient practical wisdom that the world required of them, a wisdom that reached across 2,000 years to shape the mind that holds these words tonight, and that will continue reaching forward, quietly and without announcement, into whatever comes next. And as that long thread of human knowledge and human patience settles gently into the silence around us, as the great arc of Roman civilization fades slowly into the soft darkness at the edges of awareness, as the aqueducts cease their gentle murmuring and the forge fires cool and the stars wheel on above the Pantheon's open eye, we find ourselves returning to the simplest and most ancient of all human experiences, the body growing heavy, the breath growing slower, the thoughts becoming softer and less insistent, drifting apart like smoke, like vapor rising from warm water into cool night air. There is something in the vastness of what we have moved through tonight, something in the scale of the human effort and the human ingenuity and the human care that built those roads and those aqueducts and those hospitals and those legal systems, that makes the smallness of our own particular moment feel not diminishing but restful. We are held within a story so much larger than any single life that the weight of our own concerns becomes lighter by comparison, the worries of today dissolving into the long patient continuity of human beings trying to understand their world and care for one another across the millennia, and there is comfort in that continuity, a deep and quiet comfort, the same comfort that the Romans found in their otium, in the necessary rest that precedes the next effort, in the silence between one thought and the thought that has not yet arrived. And as you drift into a deep, restorative sleep, remember to subscribe and click the bell icon, so these stories can continue to find you, night after night, guiding you gently into rest, sleep well, and sweet dreams.